building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Tom Sabo and Nick Does Futures. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, Chet. Hello, Abhishek, Magnus, and Nick and Terry, of course. How you guys doing?
Good.
Well. Good. All right. I like the hat, Nick. It's amazing. I like it.
Yeah. Happy Tuesday.
They lose a lot of people in the free agency, but this is a trading show, not a sports show. So
it's still good. Don't worry. Just keep that. I like that.
Yeah, it's a great color. Also, with your red light in the back, is that an indicator that you're thinking bearish today?
Something like that, right?
It's not, but I'll switch it around if I plan on going long.
All right.
How'd you guys do yesterday trading?
Somewhat good. I was having some losses, managed to recover, ended up the day at break even. So yeah, in London session today, well, I will tell you, it was a little bit of a struggle again, starting with the loss. Then I was working myself out of that hole. So finally ended up at break even. Kind of an interesting day.
Yeah, it was mixed for me. It was mixed. Good and bad. What about you, Nick? Any trades?
Yeah, I went long one time and got stop break even. I was going for a previous day high, Friday's high, never hit it. So yeah, I'll break it down here. Let's see here. So if I go to, hey buddy, thought I got work.
A busy man.
So yeah, I was reaching for a Friday's high in here. And what ended up happening was we just wanted to go lower and reach. We didn't go all the way down to that new week opening gap, but let me sort of break down. What was it? Monday. It's right around in here. Let's go replay mode, and then I'll break down what I'm anticipating for today. Let's see. So we had the biggest thing for me. I didn't really have a clear point of interest to work from. I was banking off of the fact that we were going above this 4-hour gap. So on the 15-minute, I think I pointed this out on the stream too. These gaps were getting respected. So the bullish gaps were getting respected right here. If you go down to the 5-minute as well, we had IFEG right here. Let's see, I'll mark these out. IFEG, FEG. So a lot of bullish cases to be made. I did have issues with my copy here yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to get in right here. I did have another entry here in the 1-minute, which was above this breaker here. And I know you're like, oh, well, you're buying high day, just about. I'm like, I am, but I had a good point of interest, a good draw of where I felt price should go. That was up here to this previous day high, and I didn't need it to get there. I just needed to get like 2 to 3 R, and price wasn't providing any sort of bearish sentiment. Right, we got a strong close here, that close right there, and then looked like we were about to take off, and I was targeting up to about right around here. I think like 45 was my TP. And then just kind of hovered around. I think I got out like closer, right around like 12 o'clock or whatever. So, yeah, no, it was kind of unfortunate. But hey, I mean, I'll take a break even any day of the week. And right when we actually got to this high right here, I was telling everyone in the chat, like, hey, let's go break even. Or let's reduce our risk a little bit, mainly due to where we're at in the moment. It's 11:10, 11:30 at this time. Like the big moves probably it's already happened, right? We're probably not going to get much. And like I was saying yesterday, it makes more sense for the market makers to like prolong or make the consolidation or have some sort of consolidation market in the AM section. That would hurt the most people. especially on like an NFP week. So I went break even right around in here once we ran this high, mainly due to it was a time-based stop. And I got stopped out here right around 12 o'clock. If I'm looking at the charts past 12, it's probably not going to be good. 9 times out of 10, I'm going to do something stupid. So I just closed at break even. First trade, first funded personal, trade of the year. It was break even. So I'll take that. I do know a lot of people got lost yesterday. They were trying to go short here. A lot of people went short here because it was SMT that I was talking about. Maybe I would have, but my copier wasn't working. So let's talk about what I think is going to happen today. So daily chart here looks a little choppy, not too bad, but want to see us get above this area right here, because this is a potential 4-hour breaker, change of state delivery, whatever you want to call it. So I'd like to see within the next 50 minutes we start to move up to here, and then reach for this buy side and then this buy side. All these highs are relatively clean. Lower, I don't see why. If we look at the daily here, we're having some support at the moment, but this new week opening gap, I think if we do have a sell-off, I think this is where we can reach for. I don't know why I didn't have that. I'll take that off my chart. But that could be a play for some of you guys if you're looking for shorts. That level is let's see, 25,431 that price could reach for. It can really do anything right here. I mean, it's kind of chopping around. It's some big ranges between 200 points or 150 or so, but it's not really going anywhere. It'll make a big range, it'll make a high or a low, and it comes back into a range. So, like I say, we do have, I don't know, let me check the Forex Factory real quick. Yeah, we don't have news today. Trump is speaking at 2 p.m. But then we have news Wednesday through Friday. Obviously, it's an FP week. So, if I were to pick, I have a better understanding of why price should go higher. We have highs here that are relatively equal, previous day high, and then obviously these highs here, all the way up here. So I'm gonna lean bullish, but if we do start to have a sell-off and maybe a high run at 25,674 and then go lower, it all depends really on this hourly candle and how we open at 9:30. So that's that. Let's check out gold here. I marked off this daily gap on gold, but it was mainly just due to if we did have some weakness from there. That's not really what I was anticipating. I was anticipating something like this to happen. I may be looking for longs on gold too. All-time highs is we're having good displacement from this gap that we barely tapped into at 42.85. From there, I want to see the displacement that we have continue. I'm maybe looking for something on the hourly, probably. I'd like to see some sort of fair value gap get put in, and then retracement here up to there. So that's a little crazy consolidation, but yeah, that's what I'm watching for on indices. I didn't bother going over ES. It kind of looked the same. However, actually, now that I see this, if you go to ES 4-hour chart, actually a little bit cleaner. We have a fair value gap prices reacting away from, and it actually got above this breaker here. So I'd like to see this be used as support to go higher here, because this is the last move up before the move down that took this liquidity into this, I believe, daily gap. So I want to see a push out from here. This would make the most sense. But it's just depending on are we going to have a 9:30 stop run, go lower, then go higher. But at the moment, that's kind of what I'm watching for. So this level here at 69.35, I'd like for a price to respect that, reach previous day high, and then Friday's high. So if you got anybody has any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. But yeah, that's all I got.
Thanks, Nick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. That was a real thorough breakdown there. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, it was great.
Tom, what do you see this morning?
Well, I agree I'm going to start with NQ. I agree. I'm looking for some bullish momentum here, as Nick was saying. I mean, there was some levels up there, but first of all, Yeah, so I'm on the 5-minute chart here, and I zoomed out, so it doesn't really matter at this point. The thing is, there's a 15-minute demand zone. I'm not going to switch between the time frames here, but there's a zone here from yesterday's early New York session before the open, when this was created on the 15-minute chart. Now, what interesting is that in the London session, we had this drop all the way down there. It did not break the low, which is at 520. Instead, it went up high. It created a 15-minute supply zone during the London session, actually. I mean, just at the start of the London kill zone. It created the supply zone, dropped all the way down, did not break through that 520. Instead, it went back again. I'm assuming it picked up some orders, but the reaction, this is what I like to see. So this just makes it an absolutely valid level. I definitely love the reaction. As soon as we approached that 642, price was then declining all the way down to 591. Now, what does this mean? I have no idea. The thing is, I think we can go either way. This means that both the 15-minute demand zone down there and the 15-minute supply zone up there are still intact, are still valid. So the only thing I can do in this case, and which I'm looking for, is to maybe, just maybe, if we drop lower, I'm going to be targeting the 520. If it starts to drop, to break that demand zone completely at 520, that would be the sell side liquidity level that I'm looking for, or drawn liquidity. If it would go higher, I would be looking at the top of this supply zone, which is 674. Again, the 67. Wow. So 674 on the micro, and which is also interesting because it's just lining up with a 15-minute supply zone from January 2nd, which is starting almost around the same area. So it's kind of interesting situation. The distance is, almost 60 points up and 100 points to the low. So we'll see what's going to happen with this, but it's definitely interesting. Scalping on both ways, I think. If there would be a displacement with a fair value gap on the 5-minute, then I would be going in a little bit heavier. If I have the at least the 1-to-1 range to target that 674, maybe higher. I think, by the way, if we close higher than 674, I believe we're not just going for the 708, which would be yesterday's high, AM session high, actually, but at the daily high yesterday. I think we could be continuing higher to that 739. So anyway, this is what I'm going to be looking at NQ. And as for gold, gold is also interesting. We have an absolutely good 5-minute supply zone at 4493.3, and we have the 4500 level as well, psychological number, yada yada. So we like those numbers, all those round numbers. And the market is moving higher. I thought that actually earlier in the London session that we are going to move to that 44.93. So I took a long position earlier in London session. I got stopped out. So now I entered actually, and again, to the same position. So I'm holding a very small long position, copying this one to a few accounts, a very, very small position, only with one micro, looking to see if gold will go to 44.92 finally. Because I think I just want to show an interesting situation here on the charts. If I zoom out on the 5-minute chart, so if I zoom out on the left here, this is where it all started. So December 29, where this level, where this supply zone got created. Now the market went all the way down. I showed the exact same thing all the way down throughout the new year, taking liquidity, pushing all the way back up there. I would just feel like that, starting here, creating that supply, I feel like to finish up the job, it would be just amazing to see finally gold returning to 44.93.3. So that was the idea behind this trade. We'll see how it goes, but that's all I have on gold. And again, I'm looking both of these levels on NQ, 520 and 674. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
What are you guys thinking, Chad? Are you thinking you're looking for longs? Type in 1. In the indexes, type in 2. If you're looking for shorts, type in 3. If you're like, I'm not trading the indexes, I'm trading gold.
Yeah, you don't have to trade in there. Yeah, you can stick with gold or silver. Maybe is it possible to trade the silver futures? I think is it right? We can do that.
Yeah, I think so. I did see it on the list of products from MyFundedFutures. So speaking of MyFundedFutures, did you guys hear about the Rapid accounts?
I did not. What's that?
Well, I don't know.
It is official. We have the 100K and also the 150K Rapid accounts added to the series of different Rapid accounts you can purchase. So now we have the 50K, the 100K, and also the 150K. The Rapid accounts are the accounts that you can get to pay out as quickly as possible in as little as 2 days to pass the eval. And after your first day in the sim funded, it is possible to request your first payout. Daily payouts. These are the accounts that you want if you like daily payouts.
This is an amazing deal. Amazing deal. Finally, we have more wiggle room to trade. This is what we were waiting for.
Yeah, exactly. And so right now it is 20% off all of them. Use code YouTube. Ignore this code. Use code YouTube to help support the channel.
Just use YouTube. Come on.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it is exciting. Let us know how it goes with your Rapid accounts.
Oh, yeah. We like this. The big accounts on Rapid, finally.
Yes, exactly. And also we have more news. Today we have Leo Invest will be joining us. He'll be joining Ash's segment at 10:30. So that will be exciting. Every Tuesday, Leo Invest will be with us as a host.
Lots of new knowledge to be shared here. So stick around. It will be amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Nick, do you know Leo?
I've heard of him. Friends, mutual friends. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Nick knows everyone, you guys. That's why
I just wanted to say, Nick knows Nick knows everybody. Or I feel like everybody knows Nick.
Yes, that too, definitely.
Yeah, no, it should be. He comes on 10:30 to 11:30, right?
Yep, yeah, exactly. Every Tuesday.
Okay. Oh, every Tuesday.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep. Yeah, and Ash is back every day, Monday through Friday at 10:30.
Okay, good. Yeah. I did say some people point out YM. YM looks a little bit better. I'll take a look at that real quick. Oh wow, this looks substantially better. Yeah, so look at the daily here on YM. Even the 4-hour chart looks way better. The displacement we got here is pretty nice. It doesn't look like it's been consolidating too much. So maybe it's going to drop from this gap right here that's currently trading inside of, drop a little bit lower into discount, and then reach for previous day high. But yeah, YM looks a lot better than NQ or ES. I'll probably rate them YM, ES, and then NQ if I would to like rate them. That's how I would do it. But yeah, I don't trade YM, but like it looks substantially better than anything else.
I know. I've been thinking maybe I should try and trade YM more.
Well, if it starts to trend, I heard that it moves really fast, so you can catch some real good trends on YM.
Yeah, you can. No, I've heard the same. Yeah, it's just the point thing, right? You got to figure that out. I feel like everyone's used to 5 points or 50 points or 20 or 2 on MNQ. I think I don't even know. That's so sad. I don't know.
I think it's $5 a point, Nick,
$5
for
a point
YM.
on the
mini.
On the mini, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it moves so many points. Like it moves like 200 points off a 10-point move on the ES. So.
Yeah, got to be aware of the risk management side.
Yeah, it is whole numbers. That's interesting, right? Like each tick is a whole number.
You can also do this too. Like you can, I think I showed you guys this last week. You can set a limit, right? Like if you click this and then click here, you just risk 230. Like say if I want to risk 1,000, like it changes the amount of contracts I have right here. So that's pretty cool. If I want to do 500, it'll drop it to like 8. So you can do that as well. So
that's in TradingView?
Yeah, it's in TradingView. Yeah, you set the risk reward thing, the tool,
Yeah.
here, and then you click right there.
Oh my gosh, I need this.
Yeah.
So it'll adjust the contract sizes for you just automatically.
Yeah, depending on where your stop's at. So if I do this right here, and I do, let's say $500, right? But then I'm like, I kind of want to, move my stop down. It's doing less and less contracts. Right? Come up. So yeah.
I'm using it as well. So almost every day, if I want to calculate quickly, how much I want to risk, I always put it there.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool.
Thank you. I'm like the last to the party.
Honestly, I didn't find out. I think T-Trades tweeted out a couple of weeks ago, and I'm like, oh wow, that's pretty cool. I didn't know how long it's been there, but I've been using it for a month, and it's pretty good. too is you can market order into, like you can, because I don't always set limits. I try to. But one thing for sure is I always set this, right? I set a risk to reward thing, like where I want my stop to be. So if I can just go here and then I can just go over to market and just click market, right? So
yeah.
And then it does the risk here too. So pretty cool.
It is cool. Heads up, you guys, MyFundedFutures did drop the form. Get your name on there for a chance to win a 150K pro account.
Oh yeah. Go for it. So by the way, Nick, you are executing your trades through TradingView, right? Or no?
Yeah, I do TradingView, NinjaTrader over here. I have 3 monitors. So I have just two monitors really. I have my laptop, and then I have like a TradingView I execute on here, and then I'll do my NinjaTrader for all my other accounts. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. How about you, Tom?
Now, well, I'm kind of switching in between Quant Tower now and NinjaTrader, kind of trying to use some third-party applications. So it seems like NinjaTrader for me is doing a little bit better in this case. Otherwise, I do like Quant Tower. I think it's amazing, and of course, no issue. But yeah, third-party apps, indicators, risk management tools there's a ton online for NinjaTrader. So that's why I'm kind of in between the two right now.
Yeah, I like Ninja a good bit, right? Like it's something I'm used to. I mean, you can hook up all these different accounts to it. Like you can hook up an AMP personal account to it. You can do all this stuff. So
yeah,
I like how it's local based. Because I don't want to like I have to have my charts, and sometimes I'll hook my personal account up to my copier as well. So. It's just it makes me to a point where I'm not at the gym and my alerts are going off, and it makes me get into a trade. Like I want to shut everything off at 11:30 at the latest, 12 o'clock. So
yeah, and one thing I noticed on TradingView, which is not like a bad thing, but if someone would like to go a little bit more scalping, then there's a little bit of a lag in the market execution there. Obviously, with the limit orders, no issue on TradingView, but for scalping, using Ninja, Quant Tower, desktop application is what I'm saying, that it's much smoother execution than going through TradingView. That's just my opinion. But for limit orders, it's still all good. So.
Congratulations to Fern. Fern just won a 150K pro account from MyFundedFutures. Let's go.
Congrats.
We'll be giving away accounts throughout the day, so make sure you stay tuned. MyFundedFutures will be dropping the form in chat. So that is where you enter to win.
Oh, yeah.
Also, too, I'm putting on my indicator here, so the sessions. One thing I noticed, too, is usually when London takes Asia's highs and lows, the more aggressive it takes them. So, like, if this is Asia, for example, right? And then London does something like this, right? And then in New York, it's starting to retrace and it's moving towards these lows. It's probably going to be pretty choppy. A lot of times what you want to see is like Asia stay intact if you're bullish for the highs, and if you're bearish for the lows. So this kind of has like what's called seek and destroy profile written on it. But, that can get tossed out the window as soon as you start to get some displacement, on like the 15-minute or the 5-minute or like a good hourly close or 4-hour at 10 a.m. So, it's something I'm paying attention to. And also to pay attention to how it goes through highs and lows, right?
Yeah.
If it slices through here, you probably feel pretty good about it. But if it comes up at 930 wicks and then goes lower, it's probably that seek and destroy profile. Because you have, if you look at ES, we have a bearish gap and we have a bullish gap here. So very, very possible price could bounce in between here. Also, we have Trump speaking at 2 o'clock today. So markets, with everything going on, the Venezuela and the Somalian daycares and stuff like that, maybe a market just wants to wait for him to talk.
Yeah, I mean, that would be interesting because here in Europe, I can say that it's all over the news. I mean, everybody is interested about the Venezuela thing. So obviously, again, I'm not taking any side in politics. I'm just saying, like, it's really being picked up in the news feed. So I wonder what's going to be the comments on that one, how the market is going to react.
Have you heard about the Somalian daycares?
I did. Yeah.
Those are pretty fun names.
When you're reading it here in my country in the mainstream media, that means that it really being picked up. So yeah, I was also on X as well, but yeah, it's in the news here as well.
It's kind of funny.
Oh, it looks like market's going to open in about 45 seconds. 40 seconds.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
Let's go. So far, we are trading above VWAP here.
Where's the VWAP? Where's the VWAP, everybody? Come on, tell us. Okay.
About 602. I have
602.
About 602.
Okay. Yeah. It's about there. Okay. And now it's pushing. NQ started to push. What does that mean? Kind of interesting. I don't know.
It is pushing.
Terry, I'm scared. I'm scared. What to do, Terry? Come on.
Oh, okay. Market is open.
Market is open for business, everybody.
Yeah, it looks like we've retraced back to that midnight opening price. It wasn't too far off the opening price.
Okay.
It's pushing.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah. Overnight high is 674.
15 minutes.
Ooh, it's going.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And it's pushing. Let's see. 74.50 would be the high of that supply zone. And oh my God, it went through. Oh my gosh, it just tagged it. It tagged the 74.50 and an immediate reaction. Let's see if it's going to close higher or not. Wow. Okay. This is exciting.
It is. So yesterday was an inside day from the day before. So chances are we should break either yesterday's high or low today. Well, look at that. The games, you guys. It just, the pre-market high was 674. It just took it out by 2 points, dipped out.
No way.
Yeah.
This is wow. Okay, I do have a 1 micro long position on NQ as well, just for fun. but my TP was 76.75. Just missed it. I don't know why it was at 76. Don't ask me because I wanted to put it to 74. But anyway, it's funny, right? Let's all laugh. So anyway, I got left in the sand, but it's maybe gonna go through. Who knows?
It looks like it does want to. So strong so far.
Yeah.
The range on this 5-minute bar is about 45 points.
Okay, I'm closing this because NQ is just trolling me. So I'm just closing it out. Let's see what's going to happen. It's just a $60 or what, so not a big deal. Actually, what I'm looking for still is the gold trade. Where is my gold trade? What's happening? Oh, I'm still in the gold trade. Okay, let's go gold. Come on, push it. Yeah, maybe.
Ooh, it looks good. Gold looks good. It's pushing.
Yeah, it does.
Nick, you were saying you were looking for longs too on gold.
Yeah, no. If you look at this 1 hour gap here, We actually had a good reaction once we came into it. My only problem is like right at 9:30, it moves away from where I was anticipating. Like right here towards it's probably gonna reach for these equal highs. Curious to see how it if it displaces above, but it should honestly. My thing is it came into my entry before 9:30. It kind of hung out for a little bit, and then at 9:30 it just rockets up. So I have to learn to live with those. Otherwise, my data is going to be skewed, taking positions before 9:30, whatnot. Especially on gold. Plus, I like to see indices. I want to see what indices wants to do. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
More curious about that.
YM is looking like it's flirting with unchanged, a little negative, just by, it's mixed right now. ES is green by about 7 points, and NQ is green by about 86, 85 points.
Oh yeah, it seems like NQ wants to. It's fighting, so it seems like it wants to push higher into that. I mean, previous the high, we have the 700, of course, before that. So yeah, it could be pushing to 700 and then higher, but I don't know. The more we're staying in this area, the more the chances are that we're going to push more. But if in the next, 5 minutes, we don't even have to wait 5 minutes. It seems like if we lose this level, like all the way down to 619, then it could turn into a sell-off. As long as we're staying here, then it's good to go higher. What is happening on gold? Oh, gold is going still. All right. I want to be out from this position real bad. Let's get out from this. Come on, gold. Just push it just a little bit more. Come on. I have to call the market makers. I really do.
Here we go. I think that's going to push.
I'm just copy trading this on 4 of my funded accounts, so I really need this one to push higher.
Yeah, one thing I noticed about gold is once it has that big, huge candle, like either lower or higher, it usually goes in that direction. But the thing is, it never really gives you pullback. So that looks like a huge candle to me in terms of the 5 minutes. So I think it's just going to continue. Be very surprised if it even comes back to 44.79. Where's your stop at?
Too late, Nick. I just closed it manually. I closed it. I couldn't handle the pressure, so everybody in the chat is sweating, and I was sweating too. And now that I closed it, it seems like it's going to go to my TP. I still made $150 times 4, so that's fine. I walk away with that. But
that's great.
It's good for a Tuesday, I guess. But we still have 44.93.3. That should be the final TP. I got a little bit nervous because of copy trading, by the way. So, and also because I think we can have a pullback down to 85, maybe 84. Actually, there's a fair value gap, down there. So maybe 83 even, and then push higher. Gold is so tricky, by the way. Yeah, gold likes the same levels. Gold likes to go for those specific areas, and that's good. But it's tricky. So before it goes there, it does like a curveball and goes back, sweeps some orders, and then. So I don't know. I think gold is trickier than NQ. That's what I think. Okay, now we're there. And I'm having the FOMO. No, I'm okay. I'm not having a FOMO at all. It's good. That is good. Terry, what do you think?
I'm thinking I'm looking for a spot to go long. I just don't know where yet.
On indices? Yeah.
Yeah, on NQ. I am feeling bullish on the day. I did see the results of the poll. The majority of our traders are also thinking bullish. I'm just waiting. I'm like, from what price though?
Yeah, the 1 minute chart looks ugly right now. It looks really ugly. Obviously, we still have a lot of time. Only 7 minutes in the open, and you know what, this 15-minute supply zone is no longer valid. So whatever is happening, we should be looking higher or lower. So we do have a low here at 26. Gotta be careful here. I'm looking for a doji candle, but there is none. Actually, this is a doji candle on the 5 minute if it stays like this.
Yep.
All this indecision in the markets at the open.
Yeah, there's a lot. I'd like to see it retrace back to VWAP and then reject VWAP to hop into a long price, but NQ is up by about 60, 70-ish points in the green.
Let's see.
I like this indecision for a pullback. This is good if you want to get in at a better price, maybe.
Actually, yeah, it's definitely it's most okay. I mean, it's more than likely that it's gonna get you that cheaper prices that you're looking for, but yeah, there's got to be a point where you say like, okay, this is not good anymore. I feel like if 619 would break or lower, then that's a no-go for the bulls. Then I would be looking for, and I'm not, by the way, I'm not really looking at the wick. So if it's just wicking down, for example, even on a 1 minute chart, but on the 5 minute, if it's just wicks down a level and then pulls back into the range, I'm not really considering that as a strong break or shift. I like to see down or up close candles to, consider it, a little bit better or more as a possibility, but just seeing the candles wicking up and down, not so much. So as long as we're not having down close candles below 619, there's a small swing low there. I wouldn't be looking at shorts. So staying on the bullish side.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I have this fair value gap marked off on the 5 minute. I think that's a good what's it called? Like baseline here for like what price can do. I think if it gets below it pretty aggressively and soon, could be looking to target something like this down to these London lows. I mean, we do have a fair value gap here on the 1 hour. We haven't came above. So this 10 a.m. close plus if price starts to go lower, it's going to be pretty interesting here. I anticipate, let's say, higher, like 70-30 on the day in terms of what's going to get hit, previous day high or this London low. But, kind of have a plan for both ways. So, main thing is I don't want my main goal, if I don't get caught and chop, like I can live with that, right? Like if I get clear displacement, I get a setup. Let's just say I go short here, right? On this, let's say I take this IFEG short, good displacement and whatnot, like it's kind of having right now. Let's say I get this, right? And then price just on the next candle just stops me out. I can live with that all day long, right? I don't want to happen is like price just kind of chop around in here because you try to make sense of something that's not there. So
yeah.
Yeah. It looks like it is touching VWAP right now. Ooh.
And there we go.
To trade below.
There we go. Let's see. Okay, still okay. As I said, it's just a wick on the 1 minute. On the 1 minute, we're still just wicking here. So how much time we have? 30 seconds left. If this one pulls back above 619 or 20, then it still remains bullish in my book, but we'll see. 20 more seconds here to go. If it closes below like this, then I would be considering to maybe
looking for shorts, maybe.
Yeah, I would be looking for that 520 level. I would still be looking for displacement, so I need some fair value gap along the way. Look at that. Oh my gosh, it's so tricky. Technically, we closed below 19. Oh my God, let's see. The close is 617.50 on the micro, and now it's going back into that. Actually, I'm going to zoom in because it's quite interesting. So on the 1 minute, and I don't know, it's tricky on the 1 minute, a lot of noise, but it's just interesting to see the narrative that we talked about yesterday. So it went lower, closed lower, picked up liquidity from this fair value gap, and now it seems like it picked up the rest of the orders, and it could be ready to go lower now that it picked up the orders. I'm not saying this is a short trade. It's a very tricky one because we're still before 10 a.m. There's still, who knows what to come. It could be a fake out, and this is not such a big liquidity sweep. So there was just a small fair value gap here, and the bigger swing lows, I would say. Hold on a second. Okay, so 7 a.m. in ICT terms, that would be the kill zone start for New York. So that would bring us, okay, 591, and there's another low. So let me just put it, sorry, just all over the place here. So there is another level, 590. So which means that would be the real sweep there until we're just, I don't know. I'm kind of confused now. It looks bearish, to be honest, right now on the 1 minute. But if I switch to the 5 minute, it still looks bullish. Kind of interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bit of a contradicting. Yeah.
I'm catching a falling knife a little bit here. I hopped in long on a micro at 625. I like this rejection off of VWAP, but we shall see.
Actually, that's a really good rejection here. And talking about these things, this is technically, I think, if I'm correct, the first presentation gap by ICT, right? So this would be the 940
ICT cult leader.
I don't know. I'm not following. I just know that he's saying the first candle after the 930 open. Oh wow, nice little trade there. Come on, everybody, hold your breath. Root for Terry. Let's go. Everybody, turn upside down. Actually, I can do something. I mean, if you press Alt I on your trading view, it's going to turn the chart upside down. So gravity is going to help a lot. So anyway.
Okay, I am going to move my stop to a little better than break even. So that way it is protected.
Okay, so on my chart, it's a sell because I switched my chart upside down.
Upside down?
yeah. I switched it, so it's a good sell. Look at that. It's selling down.
Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, if it can trade above that high, it's looking good, right? The 679. Push.
Again.
Push. Here we go. Go.
Looking real good. Wow. Interesting reaction here. Wow.
Okay, so the 5-minute orb people lost on the trade. Let's see what happens to the 15-minute orb. It has to break 679. Oh, it's going.
I got in here too. I got go back to what Tom was talking about in terms of the trading view lag. I caught it for sure. I was trying to get in right here, but it is what it is. I'll just move this up. It went pretty light on this, so be looking for something.
Good.
Let's go. Nick, you're in long on NQ.
I did get a better feel on my Ninja Trader though. Way better feel. So makes you feel a little bit better.
Nice. Okay, yesterday's high on NQ. Oh, we're close.
So yeah, 708 would be, and then
I think that's a good spot to go break even. I'm slowly moving because 1 minute I don't trade it much. So I think that's a very good spot to go break even if we run that high. And then TP for if you are in on NQ, maybe take TP on NQ once ES takes this previous day high if it does. So
ooh, ES is looking good too.
Oh yeah. What to do? Actually, I'm late to enter here. I mean, it was a really good run. And by the way, I think if we manage to go through that 708, we should be visiting that 739. Let me just check something on the 15 minutes. So yeah, that's an absolutely 100% valid supply zone higher. And the midpoint is also has a very high percentage by the market to be hit. So that means 739 is a real good target for a runner, maybe. So just saying.
Yeah.
739.
I'm going to trail my stop just because I'm tired of NQ taking away money. So I'm trailing it right below this 5-minute candle at 659.
Good idea.
Yeah, we also did take the London highs. Oh well, close to the highs. This isn't that 140 isn't necessarily London. Okay, I'm gonna go break even here. Yeah.
Nice, Nick. I hit TP. Let's go.
Good stuff.
Let's go. Congrats. That is how it's done, everyone. In and out.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think my final TP is going to be 735 right here. It's lower on my Ninja Trader because I got better fills. So it's right around like 720. So not 10 points or so, 722. But I want to see what happens here, right?
Mm.
I'm not going to take any. I don't know where my freaking thing went. It's on here somewhere.
So you're looking for 720-ish?
725.
725.
It'll be out on like some fundeds and personal. Stops and go
Nice.
profit here though.
Yep.
We don't want to see it come below this fair value gap. So, and it would, like if it reverses here, I have a reason. Like what? Like this previous day high. I mean, a lot of times people have entry models based off of that, right? Like, okay, once price runs a high or a low, I'll look to trade the move back into the range, right? In whenever they see displacement in that direction. So this is a big target here. I'm just going to go break even though, because I'd rather not take partials. But
Okay. Awesome trades, guys. We have the debate. Are you
Oh
ready?
yeah, we have a debate. Oh, we have a debate. Of course, we have a debate.
So we are
what we
going
got
to
here?
we're going to debate the topic of NASDAQ going to 24 around. Ooh, NQ's pushing. NASDAQ
Yeah,
going.
let me give me like 2 minutes here. I just
Okay,
wanna
okay. Nick is locked in. We can do the debate later too. What do you
Actually,
guys think?
we can do it. Yeah, like Terry and me, we can do it, right? I mean, let's see what happens with this trade because this is really
exciting.
pushing. Oh yeah.
It is pushing hard. Let's go.
It is.
Let's see.
Nick is locked in.
Oh yeah.
He's staring down the market.
Oh man.
Who wants to take a bet that we're going to hit?
Yes. Wish I took ES. This thing's pumping.
Oh yeah.
It's pumping.
We should be hitting 737 on NQ, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's going. I'm gonna throw my.
Oh! Did it take your TP?
For me? Yeah, I took mine on my personal here, but I'm watching these.
W's for Nick. Let's go.
Let's see what happens here.
Pushing higher. 727. New high. New high of day.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
pushing.
Never really got an entry. Never would have really got an entry on. Actually, I'm at drag this bad boy.
Nick, the market slayer. Nice job there.
Thanks, bro.
Great job. Our traders voted for longs today. Let's go. In the poll, everyone was bullish. I love it.
80% here, right there. Oh, I don't.
Yeah. We got to note this down. Like, okay, let's see. It says chat 1, host 7. Okay, so finally chat got it right. Just trolling you guys. No, but it's good. It's nicely pushing. Oh my god, I don't even know how far it can go higher here.
Yeah, I think it can go much higher. Like that. What I was looking for yesterday is substantially higher. So like that's still up there. So I'm moving stops. I have a lot. Like this is a free trade. I don't give a shit what happens now.
Amazing.
So I got that there, like 80% off. I am going to take off. Yeah.
This is great. You often scale out. Like you don't just take everything off at the same time.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the same thing. Like, do you scale out from positions, or do you have some? I mean, how do you manage the risk? Yeah.
Sometimes I'll scale in. Like if honestly, for example, let's see, a better example would have been like ES shorts. So now let's just say we were rejected here and we have this IFEG to the downside. Let's just say this is a short setup, right? And I feel really good about price running these lows. Let's say we get below here, we get below this candle, it's IFEG. I put on some right around in here. Stop probably somewhere in there. The draw is down to here. I'll add in right here because this is a breaker technically. It would have been, let's say, right? And then my stop probably, if it's getting down here, I can move the stop lower. So my average price is like right around in here. So, but like the trade I took today was, I'm literally buying almost high a day. So like I don't have any sort of points of interest to buy from. And I really only do that in the 5 minute or the 15 and the 1 minute sometimes. So I would have sold here. And then I would have probably sold this IFEG. I'm just using it as an example because it doesn't really look clean. Not a whole lot of point of interest or necessarily areas to look for on the long side. So, well, shorted here. Average price goes here. TP still the same, but my stop goes down. Right, my stop goes to the high of the IFEG, which with a fair value gap, which is. If it's already all the way down here, like I don't want it to come back up here anyways. One, because it's probably going to invalidate it, and two, by that time, candles are moving to the right, which means time is like going by. So it'd probably be like 11, 30, 12, unless we're getting some crazy volatility. But yeah, that's how I do it.
That's awesome, man. I like it.
How about you, Terry? You out full?
Yes, exactly. 1 micro, so can't scale out a 1 micro, unfortunately.
I'm gonna see what happens at 10 o'clock. That's 5 minutes till now. If we can displace through this high on like the 15 minute, which is previous day high, I'll keep it on. But if we start to wick lower, I may just close it. Or if it just comes from my stop before that.
And you know, guys,
pretty good day. What's that?
No, I mean, this is just kind of like the situation. I'm saying this to most likely to you guys in chat. Like, this is the situation when you have a real nice trade and a good setup, everything lined up with your analysis, and you did the right thing, close the position. And this is where, you know, most likely new traders can make a mistake. Like, you feel like you need to continue. Oh, well, we just made some money. We just made some profits. The market is going. Let's just jump in again because it's still going. Let's make some more. Huge mistake, by the way. That's my personal opinion. You guys can argue whatever. I think this is the point which makes you or breaks you. This is one of those make you or break you points where you make a nice trade, you followed your risk management plan, you followed your analysis, everything, and you still feel like, oh my gosh, this was great. I think I can make more. No, you're done. You're done. Even if the market goes another 200 points higher, who cares? You're done. You traded your plan, and that's it. And exactly the point to stop, at least for until the next session or the next I don't know, for lunch hour or whatever session that you're willing to trade later. But you're finished, because this, I would consider that, even though we are before 10 a.m. and it's very rare to see these kind of moves already happening, this was one of the, I think the market planned already this, or the bigger players, and this was one of the moves that needed to be happen. And we still have another hour, of course. The 10 a.m. session is the crown jewel of the AM sessions, but how far can we go for? I mean, I don't want to chase this one way higher. What do you think, Nick?
Since we're getting that displacement here that I like, I mean, it's reaching for these highs, so I'd be kind of stupid to like not put my TP up a little bit more. Now, when doing that, I'm going to be reducing my risk too, so I'll be moving this up properly.
Yeah, just a bit of a heads up from on my end. The highest level of the zone, which I'm looking at, is 803. So if I would be holding, I would say that if I would be holding a runner, I would be taking full TP or final TP somewhere below 800. So like, I don't know, like 780, 90, somewhere around there. There has to be some early profit taking around that area. So final TP on my end, if I would be holding again a trade, that would be around there, 790-ish, something like that.
Yeah.
What a pump! It's still pumping.
Think we're gonna get pullback.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think we're gonna get pullback until we get above these equal highs. 804.
804
make more sense, because if you can screw the most people by just running this higher, taking out this high, And then, they look at this 4-hour candle like, oh my gosh, now it's going to go for this spot size. And then you just do like a classic open low, high close for the next 4-hour candle till 2 o'clock, or maybe just consolidate, but we'll see. Anything can happen really. It's just my thing is there's no real areas up here. Like, I mean, you got 781 and you got 804, which is that Friday's high that I was looking for. So
we'll see.
That's about it. I'm gonna move this up. I kind of like this spot right here.
What a beautiful trade.
Exactly. I just wanted to say it's awesome to see that trade just going on and you're riding that trade all the way to the top. This is the way it should be all the time, right? This is what every trader likes.
I wish it was always this clean, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. This would be like heaven for day traders every day.
Yeah. Someone asked, why would you not hold until 802? I probably will. Just want to see how we're going to close here in about 50 seconds. Just want to see how that really can.
Any final thoughts on gold, by the way, before you go? Because I'm kind of looking at this. I don't know if this is going to go higher or not. But yeah,
I think it is. I think the time to buy was when you bought. Like my thoughts on gold are once it puts that big, huge candle in, like I feel like it doesn't really stop till whenever it wants to,
Yeah.
It keeps pounding flesh. So, I mean, I'd watch this 15-minute gap potentially, but you may get it, you may not. Right here at 44.90.
Yeah, we technically tagged that 4,500 now, so we could see a bit of a pullback. Who knows? Yeah. Interesting. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
What a move!
I'm gonna head out here. It looks like we got a good candle close.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna probably hold till 802.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
What a fantastic trade! Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you, Nick.
We'll do that debate tomorrow.
Sure.
So I'll see you guys back here then.
All right.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, take it easy.
Bye, Nick.
Bye. Amazing trade. The W's for Nick in the chat, everybody. This is like the prime example how or what we are looking for throughout day trading. This is such a beautiful management there. Perfect risk management, perfect analysis, everything. Absolutely great.
Yes. Look, every candle has been green except for one since the open.
Well,
market is still bumping.
It's still going, and wow, this is just amazing to see.
Yeah. Really. I heard what you said, Tom, about like you made a really good trade. You don't have to keep trading. Like it's good. If the market goes 200, 300 points, who cares? As long as you stuck to your strategy, your plan, it's like, just forget about it. Otherwise,
exactly.
How many times have we screwed up by like going back in and then you just totally screw up the trade idea and then you try again and again and now you're down and
it's like it's a never ending thing, right? So
Yes.
Exactly. And now, so you would think that, we're just going to go to that 803 and let's just jump in again. But you're just, it can pull back so fast, so quickly. And again, I'm just zooming out, by the way, on the higher time frame here. Hourly chart. By the way, the hourly chart does have an interesting candle from December 29 at 9 a.m. Actually, let me just show this. That was an interesting candle, like a bit of an indecision here from December 29, 9 a.m. So that was the 9:30 market open. So that has been completely taken. But the buy side here, I might be wrong on this one. The buy side at 818 has not been taken. So that could be also a good target for later, but who knows? That could be an interesting target, but we'll see.
Yeah.
For now, all we can say is that here's the Tom and Terry show. Get ready, everybody. But what I'm trying to say here is that should we or should we not do the debate, or we have something else? It's up to you, Terry.
I think we should do the debate, but Nick wanted to do it tomorrow, but we can do a different debate topic tomorrow.
We can definitely do. We have so many ideas, by the way. So it's up to you, or I mean, I'm cool with anything.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's ask the traders. What do you guys think? Should Tom and I debate? Go at it? Do you want to see who's a better debater?
Who's the? Okay, this is gonna be fun.
Jabbing. I can jab.
Okay.
Jab.
Okay.
This is an uppercut, right?
Oh, that's the uppercut there. Yeah, right there. Okay. Okay, until we're watching, this is the watch show as Nasdaq is pushing through 800. Maybe later, but who knows? Just get prepared. Yeah, we can do the debate. Any topic is good for me. We can do the one that we talked about, or anything else. It's up to you.
Let's do the one that we talked about, right? Okay. People are saying, Tom, you are a master debater. Oh man, I've got my work cut out for me.
I see what you're saying there, Pigeon. All right, let's see.
Okay, so the debate topic, let's do it. It is NASDAQ is moving to 24/7 trading in Q2. Tom will be debating that it's a great idea. It's fantastic. And I will be debating the side of this is a terrible idea.
Okay, so
Tom, you go first.
Okay, let's get bamboozled, everybody. Here it goes. So first of all, fantastic idea, right? NASDAQ is here for us 24/7. That's all that we were waiting for, right? Now, I know we're all addicted. So we're addicted to the charts. We're addicted to make money. And of course, what is a better thing to do than instead of being with your family and friends, just go and trade NASDAQ over the weekend? But no, being serious, NASDAQ, of course. I mean, it's a never-ending story, just like crypto. Basically, it's good for scalpers. I know for day traders, we have so many scalpers, right? I know scalping is very popular. You can continue throughout the weekend. So many news over the weekend. I'm talking about political news, geographic. I mean, whatever is happening in the world, you can still trade that on that beautiful Mag 7 NASDAQ. I mean, basically, that's what we're looking at. I'd say that you can catch those micro trends. You can get that extra money over the weekend. And why should you stop? And you know what? More opportunities to pass those evaluation accounts, more opportunities to make some extra money on your funded accounts. And it's just as a whole, it's just much, much better than, restricting yourself from Monday to Friday. I mean, who does that anyway? You have the time, you have the time on the weekend and just go for it. Make money. I mean, if you're really serious about day trading, I mean, just, cut your life in half and just sit at the charts and trade 24/7. Because that's what the weekend for. No, I mean, I'm trying to take it seriously. But the thing is, guys, it's amazing opportunity. Yes, but okay, let's get the real serious side of this. You really can use this time, especially on prop firms like MyFundedFutures, because that's why we're here. You can use that time to pass those evaluation accounts, right? You have some extra time, extra opportunities. And by the way, you can never ever say that like, oh my gosh, it's a Friday, my weekend is ruined. No, it never stops. You can continue the next day. You can continue all day, all night. And as I said, you're not going to miss those big moves. So more opportunities to make money, more time to get that evaluation account to a funded account, get closer to the payouts, right? And as a whole, just make more money, trade more. That's why we're here. So that's my debate. Thank you. All right. Let's move on to the next topic, everyone.
I'm laughing so hard.
I mean, I just had to say it. That's the truth,
guys,
everybody.
So funny. I'm like wanting to cry out of laughing. Okay.
Well, let's cry together. All right.
Points. Those
good
were
points.
Good points. I am ready to take you on, Tom, because I would say this is a terrible idea. Because more hours of trading does not equal more profits. In fact, it's probably the opposite for the majority of traders. The more time that we spend in front of charts, the more likely we're going to blow up accounts. We're going to lose money. We're going to go on tilt. So that is the risk of too many hours of trading. I'll also say too that because if it's trading around the clock, there will likely be times where the market is very illiquid. And so the regular price discovery that we see during New York and during pre-market and after the market, I mean, isn't NQ already trading futures, trading 23 hours a day? Do we really need one more hour? No, but I am just saying that with the point of illiquid markets, that could really fake people out. Like if there's not a lot of market participants and let's say someone comes in and they dump a bunch of shares, they can manipulate the market. It is much easier for people to do that when the market is illiquid. So I would say that is another downside of it also. And then also just the human capital, the stress. I saw someone in chat say, my hairline is already hurting from trading. It doesn't need to hurt even more. So more of your hair may fall out if the market is open all the time. So those are my main points. I'd say the market, liquidity perspective, also the human capital perspective. Oh, the third one, which is blown accounts. The more you trade does not equal more profits. Yes, those are my points. Thank you very much.
I like that. As a counter debate action here, I can say if you make more money, you can buy new hair. So that's it.
This is true. Okay, let's get a poll in and everyone vote on not what you believe, but who won the debate, Tom or Terry?
Well, it was an interesting debate for sure. And I'm really excited to look forward to this new extension for 24/7. Yeah, it would be interesting.
It will be interesting in Q2. So that means NASDAQ stocks will be trading around the clock. I do believe Robinhood already has around the clock trading for a lot of their tickers, like the main tickers. So I think it's already kind of happening in a way.
Yeah, it's on the way already.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I want to hear what chat thinks. What do you guys think about it?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that that point, as I was saying, and it really just taking out the serious part of it, it definitely gives you more opportunities to finish up with your trading goals. We all know that. One thing, though, and I'm talking against myself on this one, but I would be curious about the volatility on the weekends, like the big banks, big hedge funds players. Are they going to move the market that much over the weekend or not really? As far as I'm seeing, for example, in this case, I'm bringing up Bitcoin as a good example. Like, yes, we can trade crypto over the weekends. Yes, there are markets for it. But the thing is, they're not really moving all that much over the weekend statistically, as far as I look back. I can see the same thing happening on NQ, but who knows? It's just interesting.
It is interesting. Yeah. I saw a bunch of people saying it's bad. Some people are saying that they're already doing it with Bitcoin.
Yeah. So Bitcoin can definitely flatline for, the 48 hours, 72 hours, like, nothing is happening there. That's why it would be interesting to see how NQ is going to react or how the weekend is going to go. Obviously, everybody's going to pay more attention on the political news. Most likely, more fundamentals can affect the market. But yeah, it's just a huge question mark. Yeah, Nobody knows.
Yeah, it looks like NQ is looking like it wants to pull back a little bit. Is this the pullback?
Well, it's a valid pullback for sure, and it's still definitely bullish. We're sitting on the midpoint of that 15-minute supply zone right now. So yeah, it's just one more push from here up to 803. I am definitely not changing my perspective to bearish at this point. So yeah, 803 is buy side at 818.75. That level from December 29 is still interesting. What I'm saying is there are still some juicy levels left on the upside here. And let's see, it's 64.70. Okay, it's basically nothing for NQ. It's just a sneeze and it's just going to go up and it's nothing. For me to even consider the bearish side, I don't know. I need to see the market go all the way below 700 or at least down close candles below 680 something. So 84, 684, 680. Until then, I'm not even considering any bearish target here. So it's just a pullback. Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
Pullback, not a reversal.
Not a reversal on this point. And yeah, it's pushing again, but who knows? Yeah, we are in the 10 a.m. session. Miracles can happen here. So, I mean, we can go higher. I think we should be pushing higher. And as for gold, I saw some comments like what's happening on gold. There was a drop here, true. Interesting. The reaction is interesting on the 5-minute supply zone. That's an absolutely valid level, by the way. 10 a.m. gold spiked all the way up to 4501.7 ish or 8. That would be the December 29 supply zone on gold. It's just interesting to see that the midpoint rejected the market. We did not manage to close above 4500. This could be a heavy resistance area here, so careful with long positions on gold. And by the way, I totally forgot this one. Actually, I haven't paid attention to it, but the market created a 5-minute demand zone lower. So let me just extend it to the right here. This just happened right before the market opened. So this push created a demand zone. Now, what does that mean? That only means if some of you guys are looking to short gold, then potential target could be, hold on, let me put the line here somewhere. Potential target, I'm not going to take a short on gold, but I'm just saying if someone is looking to short or scalp gold to the downside, there's a fair value gap here as well. So 4482.1 is where the zone starts on the 5 minutes. So yeah, it could be a drop all the way down there to 4482.1. There's a fair value gap also on the 1 minute. Low hanging fruit for the short positions would be, let's see, 4483. So that would be a potential target. It's just interesting to see, again, the same kind of thing that we talked about yesterday, building up a narrative, what the market can do. There is definitely a market structure shift here. Wow, this is interesting. Okay, I have to zoom in on gold. And not just because it's gold, it's just interesting how the market reacted here. There is a shift here. Actually, sorry. Yeah, market structure shift, bearish here. And this candle here, this is the 1 minute chart, so I know a lot of noise, I know. But the 1014 candle picked up liquidity only with just one tick. But it picked up liquidity from this fair value gap, which again underlines the narrative that this could be a potential short lower. So, wow, okay. So just an idea that what could be happening on gold. Just an idea. I'm not going to take this trade, but it's interesting to see. And we'll see what happens for later. Okay.
It's interesting. Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome. Let's build up a narrative for the markets. What do you see? What is volume profile showing us right now?
Well, we are trading on the highs here. It looks like this area could get filled, but it's looking like a trend day, right? So this is the market open at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. We dip below and we have just been trading on one side of VWAP. So this could be a trend day. It could just trend all day. Yeah.
So did I win the poll? Did I win?
I won, Tom.
I know. I should have. Of course. And by the way, now that
thank you everyone for voting.
It was great. It was by the way, I wanted to say that was a really good one. And I 100% agree with Terry's side on this. Yes, technically you can trade more. Yes, technically you can use that extra time for some benefits. But I think obviously don't cut yourself off from the weekend, especially not from family and friends, and definitely focus on Monday to Friday. That's the prime market open hours. But yeah, it could be good. But I just want to say now that the poll is finished, that I would take Terry's side as well. Valid points there.
Yeah. Good job in debating. I think it's hard to debate if you're like, "Oh, I don't agree with this, but I have to debate it anyways." So that was a great job, Tom.
I would, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't agree. I'm just saying, like, even if I don't really agree, I try to put the valid points out of the equation because yes, there are some benefits, but I think there are not as many benefits as negative sides that can take effect on a weekend. So now I can openly say that I don't think that it could be a good idea that NQ is going to be open for the week, but who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, I think overtrading is definitely a risk to people's mental health.
It is. It is.
Yeah, so we will have to all be aware of that. And I know for myself, I have found the less trading is better. There is definitely a tipping point where it's just like bad. Nothing good comes out of it usually. If I'm in front of my charts all day long, from before a market close to the bell ringing, it's to close, it's like usually my P&L is not good. Usually it means I'm fighting, and usually it means I'm tilting.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest takeaways for me as well from the past couple of years. The more sitting at the charts, yes, because I'm streaming, we're building a community, and everything is great. But if you're just sitting at the charts because you want to take a trade, that's gonna end up badly. So forcing yourself into every session or every hour, like, okay, now we're gonna take a trade because it's only 7 a.m. in the morning, and we're gonna look for setups now, and we're gonna look for setups at 9:32. Might not be the right approach because you're gonna end up sitting at your screen for like 10 hours a day, 8 hours a day, strictly watching the charts. Fatigue is gonna be enormous. Like, you're gonna feel absolutely down by the end of the week. So one of the key takeaways, at least on my end, is that yes, we can sit at the charts, we can talk about analysis, we can talk about the narrative, and that's cool because it kind of helps that brain muscle to understand the market better. But once you're in a trade or forcing yourself into a trade too much, that can go sideways super easy, just because you're really technically you're forcing yourself into something. And there's one more thing here with the charts. It's kind of interesting. When I'm not at my computer and I just walk back for like, I don't know, I leave my computer for a couple of hours and I just sit back down and just check the charts. I feel like if I don't see those levels in the first 20 seconds or 30 seconds, like, okay, I'm scrolling through the chart, I'm quickly scrolling through the time frames. If I don't see it in the first 30 seconds, I'm like, okay, there's nothing here. So you can just walk away. And that actually helped me also a lot. And there are opportunities. There's sometimes you sit down to your computer, you're like, oh, something is happening here. There's a level. Oh, I like that. Okay, let's wait this one out. And that's when I glue myself to the chair and I just wait. And that's it.
That's really helpful, Tom. Like, wait until the market is screaming at you saying, get in this trade.
Yeah, exactly. Even though if you don't see anything on the chart, you can still obviously do the analysis and look for some levels, and obviously read the tape or read the narrative, like what was happening before. But it's just so interesting. I don't know how many of you guys in the chat experienced this, but obviously it takes more chart time or more experience, but after some time, your brain, your eyes are kind of seeing those levels already without even the markups. Like, oh, there is something. This is what I was looking for. Oh, that is what I'm looking for. Okay, let's just sit down and wait for it. It's kind of, I can't really explain it, but I think that has to do something with intuition. Don't you feel sometimes, Terry, like you sit down and you already, oh my gosh, this is it. I want to get into this trade, or this is the level that I was looking for, and I want to wait this out. You feel the same, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. How, like, right now we're in this consolidation, and it could be a bull flake, right? Like, possibly.
Yeah.
When I was first learning how to trade, I thought my job was to catch every move like within
Yeah.
every move. I thought my job was, oh, the market's going up, I have to catch a move. Oh, the market's going down, I have to catch a move. And that's not a good way to do it.
That is definitely a misbelief and an error by every trader at
Yeah.
a certain point. You feel like you need to take all the trades, and that's why I have this sticky note on my desk since years now, which says, it's from the book, like every trade is statically independent from every other trade. So you don't have to take all the setups. Yes, you can take it, but it's going to be, your brain is going to get demolished. So you can't.
Yeah.
But you got to understand it. Ask yourself, like, do you want, let's just assume you want to be a good day trader, like chat, everybody. You want to be a good day for long term, right? Yeah, that's what we're going to be. If you assume from yourself, because you're passionate about trading is big and everything, so you're just saying like, yes, I want to be this is the way I want to provide for my family, I'm seeing myself long term as a trader, then you got to understand that, and it's going to be heavy, it's going to be a heavy sentence here, but until the rest of your life, how many trades are you going to take until the rest of your life? Tens of thousands of trades that you're going to take until the rest of your life. So who cares if you missed the London session or you missed the first hour today from trading? Nobody cares. The market definitely doesn't care about you. You just got to think like, okay, I'm still going to be making tens of thousands of trades. And out of those tens of thousands of trades, as a long-term day trader, I know my edge is going to come around and I'm going to make profits. Just remind yourself. And that helped me also to hold myself back a little bit, like, hey, I don't have to take every single trade. If I miss it, it helped me actually to practice a little bit more discipline. Like, hey, no problem that I missed the previous 2 or 3 trades, or I just had time to sit down for like 30 minutes to trade, because I know I'm still going to make a lot more setups. So yeah, it will help you not to overtrade, as I'm trying to say here.
Yes, it's such a good reminder. It's something that I have to tell myself over and over and over again, just because it's like you feel like you're missing out, and it's like, no, you're not. You're so not.
Yeah, exactly. So, just a bit of an extra information there. So, yeah.
Yeah, MyFundedFutures says, let's do a form for a 150K Pro account in roughly 20 minutes. So everyone tune in. And in less than 5 minutes here, we'll have Leo invest and Ash trades.
Oh yeah, Leo, a new co-host here on the stream. This is super exciting, everybody. This will be a very, very awesome session. So stick around, and I'm super excited to listen to Leo.
Yes, exactly. To learn more trading strategy, tips, psychology, Leo has a ton of great videos on his YouTube channel and also makes great content on X. Who's familiar with Leo Invests? Type in 1 if you can.
I will be honest, because there's obviously so many people in social media in trading. So I did not hear about Leo before, but then I knew that he's going to come on to MyFunded TV. So I checked his socials. Man, so many valuable content there, and amazing results. So I was like, how did I've not seen him around? Maybe I did, but I'm super glad that he's joining us. So lots of information.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Hey, I'm just getting news that actually Leo will be doing the stream solo today. That's exciting. So you guys, make sure you prepare all of your questions, anything you'd like to ask, learn about from Leo.
Oh yeah, lots of questions for Leo. I'm definitely sure that he's going to be sharing his part of his journey, his trading method. So it's just refreshing and it's amazing.
Yeah, it is. So we'll bring Leo on in a few minutes shortly here. Let's go. So Tom, when you look at the market, it's already pumped so high. At this point, are you just going to be pretty much done trading NQ for the day, or will you look for a reversal and then get back in, like honestly, a reversal to go
it's
on?
a good question. No, it's a good question. Honestly, on my end, because most of my accounts are, well, in the green, especially I copied the previous trades, and the gold trade was quite okay for me for now. I think I'm not going to bother all that much because I usually don't really trade in the PM session as well. I feel like I don't think I'm going to. Maybe, but I know. No, I know. I just talked myself out of it. I think the only level I would be looking for if I would be having a runner is that buy side above 800. That is interesting. I think the market should be or could be pushing that level. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to trade anymore today.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to call it. Yeah, but it was an exciting day, and it was a really good push here. I'm very glad that the gold trade turned out good finally. And just a small reminder, and that's why the pre-market analysis is so important to everybody, guys. Like if you do the pre-market analysis, and once you have your levels, whatever it may be, pivot points, fair value gaps, swing highs, lows, whatever, do it before you enter the market and try to anticipate those levels. How can you get there? Makes it much better. And if those levels will be hit, I guarantee your confidence is going to get better, is going to grow. Even if you're not even in the trade, your analysis is going to help you to grow that confidence. Just saying.
Thank you, Tom. What a great day. And
it was
so many helpful tips you've shared today. Let's bring Leo into the show. Come on down, Leo.
Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. How are we doing?
Hey, Leo. Welcome. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too, Tom. How are we doing?
Good.
All is great.
So good to meet you.
Yeah.
Too.
I just said, like, I wasn't sure I've seen you around in social space, but now that we knew that you're coming, I checked out your socials and everything, and everything is amazing that I've seen so far. Lots of education and value that you shared with your followers, and man, I'm just you remind me that I'm getting older, so actually, but there's so many things to learn from younger people, so I can't wait for it.
It's exciting. It's very exciting. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a fun year. 2025 definitely closed out a lot better than I expected. And so jumping into the new year here, getting on MyFunded TV, very much so excited to be sharing the knowledge alongside all of you, especially on these Tuesday streams. So stay tuned for those, folks. But yeah, I think I'll just give a little introduction about myself. Thank you once again, Tom and Terry, for the beautiful intro there, getting everybody excited.
Yes.
For those of you that don't know, so my name is Leo Invest. I also go by Leo. You can call me Leo or Leo. There's an accent on the E. I'm not going to bother any of you with pronouncing that properly.
Leo.
But yeah, so I come from a full-time options trading background. So I started trading in January of 2019. Made my debut for full-time options trading after about 1.5 years of being unprofitable. Stuck to full-time options trading for a bit, and then transitioned into swing option trading. And now I do full-time futures intraday with options swinging. So just a little bit about myself in terms of what I do. But yeah, now I've just been picking up the frequency on futures trading and have made most of a focus trading commodities primarily in the end of 2025. As many of us know, gold in December was just giving many beautiful payouts to many of us out there that were trading it properly. So yeah, definitely looking forward to the streams on these Tuesday streams and just getting to know all of you. So don't hesitate to ask me any questions. I have my beautiful chat open here on the monitor. So looking forward to just answer any questions you guys have. But yeah, we'll be doing futures trading on these streams, of course. And then obviously if I take any options, I might even sneak in a couple options content from time to time too.
So fun. I love that. It's a special treat to hear more about the options
on top
too.
On occasion.
Yes.
So.
Well, thank you so much, Leo. Tom and I have to head out though. Everyone stay tuned. And shout out to T-Trades. I see T-Trades is in the house.
Oh, T-Trades. Hey there. Yeah, lots of new energy here from Leo. So stick around. This will be super exciting. Thank you.
Leo. For now,
works.
Right?
I'm not going to flag you guys.
Well,
thank you so much. You guys have a lovely day.
You too.
All right. Cheers.
Bye, Leo.
Cheers. Alrighty, folks. Okay, we are on. Good morning, everybody. New York AM session. As you guys know, market has been open, especially since equities, for about an hour now on the dot. thank you to the beautiful intro from Terry and Tom there. That was wonderful. Very much so looking forward to streaming with all of you. Just once again, for those of you just tuning in right now, I know we have a couple people that are coming in now. My name is Leo. I am a full-time futures trader. I was an ex-options trader. Now I do options trading primarily, or I do futures primarily and do option swing trading on the side. So very much so looking forward to streaming alongside all of you. And yeah, so if you guys have any questions, I'll be paying attention to chat today. So don't hesitate to ask me any questions, comments, concerns, whatever might be in chat. But yeah, T, lovely to have you in here. Corey, T, Terry, everybody, welcome, welcome, welcome. Pigeon, Adity, W for Leo, he will steal. Interesting. But yeah, well, T, thank you for tuning in here as well. We've got a very nice crew of people hopping in, so I'm very excited. But that being said, I think we should get into a little bit of some educational content while we're at it. This morning, I did trade the New York Open. I stayed away from NASDAQ and ES. I was looking for this external draw here. Actually, I'll go a little bit into my model first, and then we'll go into a winning trade I took on gold this morning. So for those of you that may know me, and for those of you that don't, I do trade a extension of the fractal model. So I trade the candle 2 and candle 3 framework. So shout out T, who's actually presently in the chat with all of us. This is the man behind my model as well. So yeah, when it comes to this morning's market, and especially what I'm trading with these candle 2 and candle 3 moves, when I trade candle 2, typically I look for a confirmation on the bullish leg. I look for a bullish confirmation above a bullish breaker and a bullish change in state of delivery for my candle 2 confirmation. Trade very similar to T. I watch for those higher time frame sweeps and find a smaller time frame alignment to be able to trade that as well. And then primarily, actually about 60% of my trades are taken in the continuation leg. So rather than trading candle 2, I primarily trade candle 3 because that is what suits my model the best. I wait for an internal protected low or an internal protected high when I am taking this trade. So as I go through these trade recaps and you guys have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me anything at all. It's going to be a fun one, especially as I break down this gold trade that I took this morning for a 1.5R profit. But lovely seeing all the welcome Leos in the chat. Leo, manifest the account. Leo, love from India. Leo. So I appreciate everybody. Love from California. For those of you that don't know, I'm based in PST as well. So currently we are at the ripe time of 7:34 a.m. in the morning. Been up since 5:30 doing some pre-market analysis, and now we are here and ready to go. With the camera angle, feels like I'm spying on you while studying. Yeah, we have a kind of high camera angle right now. I'll have a front-facing one in no time here, but I just thought just give you guys a wide perspective. So when I say a point, you guys can see me clearly when I look at the camera. So I've got my chart here, chat on the second monitor, and my trading platform on my main laptop. So love from California, everybody. And other than that, though, are we feeling like we want to get into a little trade recap? Who wants to see my 1.5R gold trade recap? Let's get some ones in chat for those of you that want to see my trade recap from today. Anybody in chat want to see that gold trade recap? We can break it down. There we go. Let's go. Seeing a bunch of ones here. So we'll get into it. Alrighty. So first and foremost, obviously, we know that commodities, it's definitely looking like a little bit of a trend day today. I know Tom and Terry had mentioned this on stream as well. Looks like we're just going to get a slow grind up higher here on NASDAQ. This morning, one of the primary things I was looking to see was a sweep out of an internal low before then targeting these highs at the 1 a.m. As we see, NASDAQ did have a little bit of resistance up at these highs at 1 o'clock before then having an extremely aggressive bullish closure at the 9:45 a.m. EST window. With this closure, led to a little bit of a retracement before now we're seeing some accumulation on NASDAQ. So for myself, when it came to commodities, and especially with the form of trading I do, I wasn't able to frame any trade entry for NASDAQ, although I did want to see the indices go higher. A little interesting though, because this morning on the smaller time frame, the 30-second and 1 minute window, shorts did look like the potential play, especially after this 1 o'clock sweep. But it turned out when the second you zoomed out to the 3 minute and the 5 minute, definitely was looking like markets did want to pull higher and were more on the bullish sentiment. So for myself, that kind of gave me good reason to step away from markets, especially when it came to indices this morning. And instead, I put my vision more on the commodity side, being silver and gold, with gold being actually one of the primary assets I was trading from October to December of last year. Well, I'll talk a little bit more about myself. Actually, I'm seeing a couple people in chat say that they want to hear a little bit more about me before I get into the charts, which I think is a great idea. So just a little bit more on myself. So as I mentioned, full-time futures trader, and I'm an option swing trader as well. little bit about me. I'm a seasoned triathlete. So one of the many things I like to do on outside of the charts is I like to keep myself physically fit by doing triathlons. So come from a running background and transition to triathlons at the time that I had joined university. And so, yeah, just now I do half Ironmans. I haven't done any full Ironmans quite yet, since it's quite a bit of body deterioration there, but I've been raced collegiate triathlon. And then now I just do triathlons for fun. Definitely one of those things that just keeps me fit and keeps me disciplined outside of the charts, which we'll talk a lot more on these other streams as well about psychological and just how you can find correlation to psychological discipline outside of the charts to help you within the charts. So for myself, definitely one of those things that's been helping me a lot is keeping myself active. And so I work out, I go do triathlons. I'm on my bike quite often, do about 150, 200 miles a week. So yeah, that's a little bit. What part of California? I'm from the Bay Area, San Francisco. So we are local. We are the official Bay Area. I have some questions about Leo. What is your best winning trade? That's another great question there. Yeah, feel free to ask me a couple questions here, chat, and then we'll go into the gold recap later. But my best winning trade ever was I actually took Moderna call option swings at the time of COVID before we even got before it was even confirmed as an official vaccine for COVID. So that was one thing that was definitely my most monumental trade for myself, was taking was a yearly and 6-month expiration option contracts on Moderna calls, and those paid out very well. And then in terms of futures, I've taken definitely some relatively large shorts on my trading accounts as well. So yeah, let's look at these questions here. Doing triathlons for fun. I'm sure I wouldn't have fun. It's fun. It's fun to an extent, right? I think everybody enjoys the training process kind of, but then when it comes to race day, it's just exciting to see other people. But the second you start actually putting yourself in the race, and as you get closer to the end of the race, you ask yourself every single time, like, why am I doing this? Why am I here? Why did I decide to start running or training? What's the reason behind that? The COVID big short, the COVID big longs on Moderna. I don't know if you guys remember Moderna. Moderna was moving like $50 to $70 a day sometimes. So it was definitely a bit of a mover around the time of COVID. How important would you say having a community is when you're a trader? Super, super, super important. Great question as well, Lunary. Having a community with trading, I think, is one of the most important things you can do, right? And having a community is different from finding like-minded people. So I think my real response to that question would be, it's more important to find people that you relate with more, people that have the same goals, the same ambitions, people that want the same reality as yourself, right? If you start to surround yourself around individuals in trading that aren't as motivated, that don't really see the vision behind your trading, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to want to step in and make a change in your life. Because if you're following yourself around demotivated people, it makes it very hard for you to become motivated yourself. And so when I think that my response to that question of finding a community, if you find community for yourself and find like-minded people within that community, that's going to be a lot more beneficial when it comes to your long-term success as a trader. And that's something that helped myself personally. Just a little more fun fact, but for those of you that may not know, T is one of those people, T-Trades is one of those people that has been an absolute mentor and one of my closest friends since I've actually gotten into futures trading, and surrounding myself around people like him, very motivated, like-minded people in the lab like Kane. Many of you might know Trader Kane as well. Surrounding yourself around people that want this mission to succeed and want this mission to do well in their lives is what's going to motivate you a ton as a trader. And so I can't stress that enough. But when it comes to community, find people that relate to your goals. They don't have to have the same goals, because we all have different goals, but people that at least want that general direction that you want in your life as well. So yeah, today's gonna be a solo stream, by the way. I'm seeing a couple of Ash not joining. It's gonna be a solo stream for today. So Ash will not be joining today. Let me see, looking through all these questions, got quite a few of them. So my trading model we'll get into in just a second here. I'll break down my gold trade. Just going to talk a little bit more about myself before we get into it. Makes sense. Really affirming and reassuring. Thank you. Surrounding yourself with like-minded people. Like-minded people. Alrighty. But yeah, so just kind of that's a little bit more about myself. So full-time trader. And then obviously, I mean, I snowboard. I'm a big fan of going to the snow. I'm from California, so definitely make my way up to NorCal. For those of you that know Tahoe, Lake Tahoe, spend quite a lot of time there. Skiing and snowboarding. And then, yeah, triathlons would definitely take up quite a bit of my time. I wish I could say I have a lot more hobbies, but to be honest, I think the mix between trading, social media, and triathlon takes up about 99% of my free time. So does take a little bit of time out my schedule. Do I only trade New York session? Great question. So yes, I primarily just trade the New York Open. So the windows I typically trade are from 9:30 to 11 a.m. Eastern. Sometimes I will trade the 9 a.m. window when I'm doing pre-market analysis if I see my model forming pre-New York session. And by pre-New York session, I mean greater than 30 minutes before New York session. Typically, I don't like to enter trades before equities open at 9:30, just because obviously that leads to a lot of volatility, and I'm not trying to get stopped out of any position. So yeah. Young is golden 2026. What can I say? Yeah, went to FSF State. Love the Bay. Hell yeah. Yeah, the San Francisco State is great. San Francisco is wonderful. It's a great location. So yeah, what you drink in the sparkly water? I just have myself a little Italian sparkling mineral water. I don't know. I'm a big fan of bubbly water. Yeah, just a little bit more on myself too. So yeah, I'm obviously from California, born and raised here, have not moved yet. Planning actually moving to Florida relatively soon to be on EST time. For those that don't know, on PST, I do have to wake up around 5 to 5:30 a.m. Every day for trading, not including weekends. So that definitely does. It's going to be interesting and exciting to be able to have a slightly later in the day schedule when I move EST. So cutoff time for me to trade, typically the latest I'll trade is around 11:30, but most of the time, like I'd say the vast majority, around 80% of my trades are taken at the New York Open. When I do travel to London sometimes. I do trade London session. I actually very much so enjoy London session. It just isn't quite feasible with my sleep schedule. What is one non-negotiable rule you have no matter what? Trading relating, of course. Non-negotiable rule for myself. Ooh, that's a good one. I think for myself, the most non-negotiable rule I have is I have a set series of trades I can take. Every single day, I limit myself to 3 trades maximum. I've stuck with this. Even when I was doing options trading, I will limit myself exactly just to 3 trades a day. And I have a risk management framework. So if I take a valid loss, I give myself the opportunity to take one more trade. If that one more trade was another valid loss, but I see another A+ trade set up form, I will take it. If that trade also becomes a loss, it's a 3-loss day, all 3 valid losses, it would be a -3-hour day for myself. I just close out the charts. But most of the time, if I take one winning trade on the day, so let's say typically my winning range per day is I try and shoot for around 1.5 to 2 hour a day. If I score 1.5 hour and above and I'm very content with the trade, I size in accordingly. My risk was set accordingly as well. Most of the time, I'll just close the charts for the day and I'll lock out my accounts. So that's what works best for me. And that's a non-negotiable for myself. Also non-negotiable, obviously, I do not trade any news data. So I don't trade CPI. I don't trade FOMC. I stay away from news data. That is just 2 of the biggest things for myself too. Average R for myself, I mean, end of 2025 was definitely an impeccable time for me from October to December. So on average, I was doing about 2R a day, a little less than 2R. So per week, I was doing about 6R, with one of my highest weeks being upwards of 16R. Rules means rules. Yep. Ooh, what made you want to work and join MyFundedFutures? Great question as well. I mean, look at the hosts that we have online here, right? Just even Tom and Terry. The way that the community aspect of MyFunded is impeccable, right? We have a great team of people surrounding a mission, right? Wanting to provide education for all of you hopping on this YouTube stream here, going through these live streams, running you through our trade process, running you through our educational process, these different models. We have a group of motivated people. And this even goes back to the community question of, how important do you think it is to find a community in trading? And MyFunded TV is exactly that. It's a community of people, all like-minded, with the same goal in mind of wanting to make trading work out for yourself. So, hey, exactly what MyFunded said. MyFundedFutures is ranked #1 at Trustpilot for a reason. It's a community, guys. It's a community, and so we're all here for it, right? At the end of the day, this is why we're here. It's great to have you, Leo. Great to have you hopping in here as well. Leo, now you're every day with us. Love your energy. I appreciate it, Frequency. Which trading pair would you never trade? Well, I'm gonna be honest. I step away from forex. I don't trade any forex at all. Trading pairs, I'm not that big of a fan of trading YM or RTY. I know Russell's been playing relatively well recently. So for myself, I'll give you guys my two primary pairs that I trade: Nasdaq and ES, and gold and silver. Those are my two primary pairs. I've been trading those religiously. Those were literally the only tickers I had traded in 2025. Primarily, actually, as I mentioned, the second half of 2025, I was putting more of a focus on commodities and was retiring indices temporarily. But yeah, I mean, guys, yeah. So to answer just the end of that My Funded question, it's a community, right? It's an absolute community of people, very much so like-minded, all with the purpose of trying to become profitable traders. And here, like, look at this community right now. If you guys just take a second and you scroll up and chat, look at all these like-minded individuals. MyFundedFutures is the best. MyFundedFutures is the best, no doubts. We're all here. We all understand. That's the reason I'm here too. It's that I really enjoy this process. I enjoy being in this community. I love this. And I love that you guys are reciprocating this energy back from the chat too. So how do you manage trading psychology and impulsive actions while trading? It really comes down to my number one, I think one of the biggest education lessons I can give you guys, the quickest and the biggest one I can give you. If you cannot manage one account, you can't manage 5 accounts. If you cannot manage one contract accordingly, you can't manage 5 contracts. If you can't manage 10 accounts, what makes you think you can manage 100 accounts, right? And so the biggest thing that I can say on trading psychology is learn to become disciplined with smaller size first. Learn to be consistent with one account. Learn to be consistent with one contract. That means one micro in this example. And I'm saying one micro because why would you be trading one mini on a 50K account with 2K drawdown, right? That's just not really feasible in terms of a risk assessment. And so one of the biggest pieces of trading advice I can give you guys is, are you able to become consistent with one account or with one contract? Can you trade and can you limit yourself? Can you limit the amount of trades you're taking? Or the second you trade with one micro, do you start adding on more sizes inside of that winner, or are you adding more contracts inside of that loser? Because some of you say that you know how to manage one contract, but then you see that trade $50 in drawdown. Next thing you know, you're slapping on another 3 or 4 micros of size to try and reduce your average price. That way, if the market decides to go back in your favor, but then all that ends up being is you just take 5 times the intended loss instead of just staying and accepting the risk on one singular contract. So just to be fully transparent with you guys, one of the biggest lessons I can give you is, when it comes to trading psychology, a lot of it comes from greed. A lot of the reasons why you're blowing these accounts, a lot of the reasons why you're not able to stay consistent is because you're greedy. You want to see more. You take one winning contract on one micro. Somehow you think the next 10 trades you're going to be able to take 10 winners. And so you decide to throw on 10 times more size than originally, right? And that's a major issue that a lot of you struggle with when it comes to trading, is because you think that you're going to be able to make that change. You think that you're going to be able to make the change and be able to win a trade or lose a trade and size in heavier accordingly. So, yeah. So that's one of the biggest things I can give you guys. And so when it comes to 2026, I think even before you come up with monetary goals, you guys should focus on the process. And I even have it conveniently in my chart right here. What does that read, guys? Process over profits. If you focus enough on the process, the profits will come. But the second you start putting a dollar sign or a profit value to your process is when the process diminishes in value. Right? Always trade small, guys, if you're new to trading. Exactly. What was a true game changer moment in your trading moment? The second I started reducing the amount of time I was spending on the charts, and the second I started reducing the amount of time that I was, or not the amount of time, but reducing the amount of trades I was taking, limiting the amount of trades, and being able to discipline myself to stop trading when I hit a specific amount of trades was one of the biggest changes for me psychologically with trading. Because the second I was taking those winners and I was closing my accounts, it was the psychological comfort of being like, there we go. I just, I took my win. I'm done for the day. And I would hop off the charts, right? Because there's no reason to sit around the charts with a locked account. There's no value in that. But it was great for me to recap the day after. So definitely one of the biggest things that would help me quite a lot. Congrats, Rug, on the 150K Pro account, by the way. Huge congrats. There we go. doing some giveaways with MyFunded here. There we go. Leo, what do you think is the most overrated, useless thing people in trading do? Ooh, I mean, one of the most useless things people are doing, trading minis on 50K accounts or 25K accounts. Like, honestly, I think improper sizing. I also think a big thing that a lot of people struggle with is not paying attention to the higher time frame picture. Higher time frame tells the story of where market wants to move, right? And if higher time frame tells the general direction of where market is moving, smaller time frame is basically you entering yourself as a character into that story. And you can't enter yourself into a story if you don't know what the story is, right? You don't know what you're getting yourself into. And so what I'm thinking is, if you don't understand the higher time frame context, which is the story, and you try and implement yourself on just a smaller time frame, that conflicting bias is what leads to you losing so many trades. And that's genuinely one of the best analysis I can give you guys with that, right? Yes, we will also be picking another bonus winner from the chat for the 150K Pro. So stay tuned for that, guys. We'll be doing that later in the stream as well. It's all chart and technical based. Alrighty, guys, we'll get into a couple more questions in a sec here. I'm going to break down my gold trade from today, and then I'll leave some segment time for some questions and just be able to ask whatever you guys want. So get your questions ready. I'll scroll up in chat and we'll do some questions once again. So stay tuned as well. We will be giving out another bonus winner from the chats later in this segment too. So everybody stay tuned for that. But other than that, though, let's get into my gold winner from today. So as I mentioned with all of you, for myself, let's first pay attention to where the higher time frame picture lies. Before I even go into the 3-minute, let's break down the hourly analysis. When it came to gold here on the hourly time frame, what exactly was I noticing? Well, a little bit moving into Monday, so the 29th of December, moving into the beginning of January, we saw quite a wide range accumulation phase. Gold had swept out a couple of these internal draws on liquidity. We see here at the 4,336 as well as the 4,297.4. We had swept out some of these internal draws on liquidity, which had led to some bullish segments after these sweeps. So once we had swept out this first primary on Monday, we led to a bullish leg before having a continued bearish leg lower after we rejected off of this hourly fair value gap here. Then once we had swept out the 42.9740, we had swept out this low again, led to a bullish segment. Once we had swept out this major internal draw here, what exactly happened with market? Well, we've now just seen a continued bullish trend higher. Excluding Friday, where we did have that absolute dumping session on GC, where we saw GC dump from 44.14 all the way down to 43.17. So for myself, what exactly was I looking at in today's market when it came to gold? And the picture lies on where the higher time frame context was. Just paying attention to the 1 hour time frame here, what exactly do we notice? Well, let's just do the most generic analysis. Where do we see trend currently lying with GC? We see a current bullish trend with GC. We're seeing these higher lows and higher highs forming, which indicates a bullish trend that is forming within gold. And so for myself, when I see gold continuing this bullish trend, it's now really important for me to map out where these potential draws on liquidity lie. And draws on liquidity can both be price levels, like we see here with this external draw at 45.4930 or 45.8360. This is an external draw on liquidity. This is an actual price level. But draws on liquidity can also be internal draws. So things like points of interest, aka POIs. And so when you pay attention and you look at the higher time frame context, what is a really big factor that leads to some potential resistance are fair value gaps and higher time frame fair value gaps. When you pay attention and you look at the higher time frame context, these fair value gaps are areas you can see market pooling into before then seeing a potential rejection. So when we look at the hourly time frame from gold today, well, gold had just continued. We saw an expansion, accumulation, a manipulation, distribution, accumulation, manipulation. And now when we see this, because market moves in 3 ways, we have accumulation, manipulation, and distribution, also known as the PO3 movement. And so all I was looking at here is gold had just seen at the Monday evening, so around the 10 o'clock window until London session at 4 o'clock on Tuesday, we saw that we had a little bit of an accumulation phase forming, where yes, it was a wider range accumulation than what we saw previously on Monday morning, but we ended up manipulating out the low. And typically when we want to see where market wants to go, if we're looking for proper manipulations, a bearish manipulation typically leads to what? A bearish manipulation leads to a bullish distribution, and a bullish manipulation leads to a bearish distribution. So for myself, when I saw this 4 a.m. London candle have a very bearish close and manipulated out the lows of these previous 1 hour lows, I was then looking to potentially frame a long signature. But instead of just immediately hopping in a long signature, I needed to wait for confirmation on the smaller time frame in order for me to depict where exactly market could move. So let's now look at the 30-minute, because I did take the trade on the 30-minute on the 3-minute time frame, and the aligning time frame with the 3 is the 30-minute time frame. So now if we pay attention and we see on the 30-minute, it's a little bit more clear, right? We're breaking down that structure. We're breaking down that storyline into chapters. Now we've taken that hourly context where I was intending market to go was this massive hour fair value gap that was left unfilled, right? And so I see this accumulation, then I see this bearish manipulation, then we see a bullish distribution. Then we see a wide range accumulation form once again, and we manipulate out the lows. I see this manipulation of the lows. I'm sorry, guys, I'm not up at 2 a.m. in the morning. And so this bullish distribution plays out. Once this bullish distribution plays out, where can I anticipate market going? Well, we have this hourly fair value gap. This hourly fair value gap also happily happens to be two 30-minute fair values as well. So I'll just mark this out for you guys just so you can see this a little bit more clear as well. So here's the fair value gap on the hourly. We also do have this 30-minute fair value gap that forms. And so here we have the 30-minute fair value and the hourly fair value, which are both conveniently together. Isn't that funny? Right? And so now we've seen these two areas, we've seen these 2 points of interest where we can anticipate market moving. And because we have now identified that market is indeed in a bullish trend, we have no relevant points of interest. There's no relevant internal draws on liquidity within the zone here on Monday, except for these points of interest being these fair value gaps. And so for myself, I now want to anticipate that market is going to continue this bullish leg into this 30-minute fair value. And so here we see with this market session open, now typically, and this goes to my model, so we'll now break it down on the 3-minute time frame, which is the aligning time frame with the 30-minute. And here we conveniently see what exactly? Well, here we have this accumulation form. We manipulate out the highs, but then typically I don't pay attention to anything before the 8 o'clock window. As I mentioned, what I look for primarily is I look to trade that window between 9 and 11:30 a.m. Eastern. That is my typical trading window. Outside of those trading hours, you typically won't see me trade unless I see an A+ trade form, but for the most part, I'm not really in with it. And so gold, obviously, when I'm looking for a correlating pair, I am trading silver as my correlating pair with gold here. And so what did we see happen? Well, the 8 o'clock candle opens here. We see a little bit of a bullish sentiment before finally bearish manipulation or bullish manipulation that led to a bearish leg. And then we did what before the 9 o'clock? Well, we saw a micro accumulation form on the 3-minute time frame. So here we can now mark out the 8 o'clock low. And so because I'm using the 30-minute analysis here, I look to see closures and sweeps of previous 30-minute lows. So the 8 o'clock, and I'll actually mark this out for you guys here. The 8 o'clock until the 8:27 is our first 30-minute candle. So we would mark out the low, which you see I have marked out as this 8 o'clock low connected to this 8:24 a.m. candle. We have now, with the start of the new 30-minute candle, the 8:30, we did what? We swept out the low, and not once, not twice, but 3 times we manipulated and we swept out the liquidity from the 8 o'clock low during the 8:30 to 9 a.m. 30-minute candle. So with this sweep, what did we also form that gave me a little bit more bullish relevance in this trade? We formed SMT divergence. And I could break down what SMT is. I'll probably do that on another stream, but we saw we had formed SMT with silver on the 3-minute time frame here. So gold at the 8:48 candle remanipulated the 8 a.m. low. This is still within the 8:30 and 9 a.m. candle. We manipulated out that low. Once we manipulated that low, we see that we formed SMT with silver since silver was not able to take out the 8:30 low versus gold was indeed able to take out the 8:30 low during this 8:48 a.m. candle. With this manipulation, what did we also form? Well, we formed a bullish breaker block here at the 8:39 candle, as well as a bullish change in state of delivery. This 3 candle body down closure that led to this manipulation and led to this SMT becomes what? This becomes my candle 2 confirmation. So the candle body closure here at the 851 would signal the primary candle to delivery for this trade. And so with this bullish sentiment, a typical entry for myself, and once again, this is a breakdown of, this is the extension of the fractal model. I would take a market order entry here, put my stop at the low, aka the stop of this manipulation low, and typically I would look to target a 2R on this position. And here we see the 2R fully ended up playing out at 18.4 points on this trade. I'll go into the chat in just a second. We're almost done with the recap here. So I'll go into the chat in just a second here. So here, this would be a primary entry. And so here you would typically go to the stop here, or most of the time with myself, if the stop is quite wide, like a 9.6 point stop, that's a $960 stop on gold, which is not really my cup of tea, right? And so for myself, typically with the breaker, which is the function of the breaker within my model, and also shout out Day Trading Realtor for this as well. We have this breaker form. And so my stop, I typically like to put around a point or two below the breaker, or sometimes at the breaker. But in this example, because the original stop was at 4.9, I'd put my stop at like 5.9 here for gold's example. Typically with indices, I do 2 points below. So now I would properly target a 2R on this position, which you see eventually ended up playing out at the 930 open. And so this would have been an original C2. But once again, as I mentioned, I don't really like to take trades pre-930. So for myself instead, what did I look to trade? Well, instead, I look to trade the candle 3. Yeah, and please feel free to prepare your questions. I'll get into them in just a second here. And so here, what did we see happen instead? Well, I trade the continuation leg, aka candle 3. Candle 3, I trade by looking for a retrace into an imbalance. And imbalances are things like fair value gaps, right? And so here, what did I see happen? Well, market continued higher. Then we have the open of the new 30-minute candle, the 9 o'clock, which retraces in. And once we retrace into it, we confirm it with this internal protected low, this internal, I call them internal change in state of deliveries, aka the internal SISD. So what exactly do we see? Well, we trace into this fair value, and the closure back above this bullish leg that led to the trace into this fair value becomes a confirmed move higher, aka you've now protected an internal protected low, and we can assume market is going to move higher. And so for myself now, what's up, Ash? Welcome. And so for myself now, I looked to take this trade, because where did my original draw lie? And this is where the bigger picture takes roll, guys. Pay attention to this fair value gap, right? This is where I want to see market move. This is exactly where I want to see gold trade to, is these fair value gaps here. And so now if we just look at this and we look at this retracement of this fair value, we now have created an internal protected low. So I ended up taking a market order entry where once we had seen this 3-minute closure above this internal change in state of delivery, I put my stop at my internal protected low, which was the 930 low. I had entered here, and then I had taken I put my typical continuation trade. I looked to take 1.5R. Could I have put it fully at this fair value because that is where my intended draw was? Yes, I could have. But I ended up just fully taking out 1.5R, prepping for this beautiful stream with all of you, and so cannot complain. We took a 13.2 point win. So stop at the internal protected low, targeted a 1.5R. As you guys can see here, my risk to reward is 1.5. So I was risking 8.8 points to make 13.2 in this trade. And so it had played out beautifully. As we see after the 930 open, we just saw a continued bullish expansion into what, guys? We saw a bullish expansion into our 30-minute fair value gap. So that concludes the gold trade recap. I do apologize. That was a lot of words for a lot of you, but that was, in my eyes, an A+ trade setup. Leo, your time frame prepared to trade. Win rate depends. At the end of from October to December is relatively higher. Typically, I'm looking at like the higher 60% to lower 70%, with 2025 going just at around the 72 to 73.4% based on my trade journaling. So that was a lot of words, guys. But for this gold trade here, this was definitely what I consider an A+ trade setup. And I hope that made sense to all of you. But that's kind of the framework I look for my trades. And you'll see that, as I mentioned at the very start of the stream, I look primarily to trade continuation signatures, because if the first manipulation plays out and then a continuation signature forms, and you find a relevant draw on liquidity, like in this fair value gap, this really, really helps you be able to depict, okay, where's market moving? Where's market potentially going to lie? And so market lied at this 30-minute fair value, which conveniently, once we tagged into that, what exactly happened? Boom, bearish leg, right, guys? So that's my little educational section for you guys. Thanks for coming, joining. Going to love this segment more now. I'm excited, guys. I'm going to be here. So I'll see you guys on Tuesdays as well. I'm very excited. I love the patience, confirmation, confidence instead of trying to nail the low. So exactly. There's no rush, guys. You don't need to rush in markets. There's no reason to rush in markets. There's zero reason. Market's not going to wait for you, but let me tell you, there's enough assets that if you don't find a setup on gold, you will find a setup on silver. If you can't find a setup on silver or NASDAQ or ES or RTY or YM, well, guess what? Consider it a no trade day. There's enough assets that you guys should be able to find at least one trade setup a day. And I'm just going to say one trade setup a day. We'll keep it very minimal. One trade setup a day. And if you don't, just call it a day. Close the charts. Would you rather lose money or would you rather step away from the charts knowing that you preserved your capital? I'd rather know that I preserved my capital, right? So, MyFunded with a little diamond here. Alrighty, I'm going to go through a little bit of chat. If we have any, how do you get a snow monster to go? No idea. Wish I could tell you. So anyways, I'm going to leave a couple minutes up for some questions here. And then I think we're going to do an account giveaway to my knowledge. So I'll do a chat giveaway. I think what I'll do is I'll have you guys ask some questions. And the best question I'll ask, or I'll think of a number. I'll think of a number. Thank you guys. Yes, 150K Pro account will be giving away here at this end of this segment here. But yeah, let's ask some questions, please. I love answering these questions, so don't hesitate to throw me in some questions in chat. Favorite setup and strategy? Exactly what I just mentioned in the stream just now. I'm happy what you're doing, but I'm taking 1 to 2 with around 50%. Should I increase win rate on or increase R? For yourself, 1 to 2 hour with a 50% win rate, I mean, you're still profitable. 1 to 2 hour with a 50% win rate. Honestly, like I would typically shoot to go slightly higher win rate personally, because I shoot a lot of the times for like 1.5 to 2 R. So yeah, well, I'll do random numbers in a sec, guys. Not yet. I'll let us know. I'll type it in the chat here, not this public chat, in a private chat. I do options gamma. I don't use gamma as often, but typically theta and delta are my primary for options. What advice would you give to a university student who's considering trading full-time and feels uncertain about the right path forward? If you want to make trading work, you obviously have to put in the time for it. But as a university student, primarily focus on uni. The one thing I can say though is learn, obviously spend the time learning, but learn to be consistent on small size first. And the biggest thing I can say too, learn the heck out of one singular model. A lot of you I see are constantly skipping models. You're skipping to, the fractal, to a different model, to an inversion fair value gap model, to a higher time frame sweep. If you can really learn one model that works, like in my example, my model's been back tested. It's like a 68 to 72% win rate, depending on the month, depending on the asset, right? But if you can just stick with one singular model and master the heck out of that model, and you can learn how to size accordingly and manage risk accordingly, that's going to help you. And so I'm Trader ED. I would highly recommend focusing on learning one model, sticking with it, and then applying it with very light size and learn consistently with that. You have no rush. You're a young university student. You have zero rush to become an extremely profitable trader. I know social media sort of skews our vision that we have to be millionaires by the time we're 23. That's not the reality, guys. I do not play poker. All right, we got quite a few questions here. Leah, amazing communicator. We'll enjoy this segment for sure. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. Most people say control your emotions and your experiences. Is it better to suppress emotions entirely? That's a great question, actually. Honestly, suppressing emotions and controlling is kind of the same thing, right? If you're suppressing emotions but you're still acting upon them, that's not going to help. So I'd say controlling emotions, because I could suppress that I'm really mad about being in a losing trade, and then I could proceed to overtrade, right? But if I can control that urge to overtrade and control the emotions that are making me want to overtrade, that's what's going to help me most. Was there ever a point you wanted to give up? Absolutely, guys. Are you kidding me? I think every profitable trader, and I'm sure there's profitable traders in this chat right now, every profitable trader has gone through the, I don't know if I can do this stage. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? At what moment in your trading journey that made a decision to go full time and gave you? Yeah, it's a great question. Well, the Moderna trade was definitely one big, like, whoa, I can maybe make this a reality. And then I was profitable for almost a year straight with options. And I was like, I think I can do this full time. And I was making more than I was working 2 jobs at the same time. And I was making more than both my jobs combined, significantly more. So that's when I decided to make the jump. But I'd worked those 2 jobs the entire time I was learning trading. That way I wouldn't be stressed on the psychology aspect of like, if I lose this money, I need this money, right? I had some base pay. If you haven't been through the trenches yet, then you haven't been trading long enough. Exactly. Every single person has been through the trenches at some point in time. Everybody can say that. Everybody can say that. What's up, Elias? What is up, Elias? How do you manage psychology while trading, impulsive actions, etc.? Set limits on your accounts. Like the thing, I really, this is the sad reality, guys, but like you just have to really build the discipline to be able to lock down an account. Hey, I took my 2 losses on the day, I'm locking the accounts. Hey, I took my 1 big win of the day, I'm locking the accounts. Amazing pilot, thoroughly enjoyed. I'm happy to hear it. Chatham in the trenches, Lunary, well, you'll make it out the trenches. What's your view, physical discipline needed to be a disciplined trader? It's not needed, but it definitely helps. Like I know a lot of successful traders that don't have physical discipline, or like maybe not, I'm not saying don't have physical discipline, but like that's not a primary focus for them. But I would say finding discipline in other aspects of your life. It can be physical, through your own work, through whatever it might be. Biggest shift a trader must make to be consistent. Once again, learning to be consistent on small size before moving large size. Learning to move small size. What is your daily targets? How do you manage a trade while losing streak, cut early, or hold goal to achieve? I'm starting 1.5 in the market, make or break it. I mean, typically, if I'm in a losing streak, it's harder markets for myself. As long as I've managed risk accordingly, that's the reality. That I'm okay with being in that market. I'm okay with being in that losing streak because I know I'll get out of that. Yeah. So, chat, I'm gonna type a number here. We're gonna go numbers 1 through 150. We're going to go 1 through 150. I'm going to type it in. I'm typing it in a private chat right now. I have my number secured. So we'll give away an account. I think MyFunded, are we ready for that? All right. I think we are ready for it. I have my number selected. So we will see the first person to get this number in chat. 0 to 200. 0 to 200. We'll see. We'll see. I'm looking. Alrighty. I've found our winner. I have found our winner. Let me just make sure here before I call them out. Magnus, I'm not sure if you see them as well here. I believe I'm looking one more time. I think we have our winner here. Yep, Magnus, that is correct. Alrighty. Alrighty, our winner. The number was 131. So the winner of the pro account is AA Ron. Congrats on the winning. The number was 131. 131. Congrats. Let's see. AA Ron, I don't know if you're, let's go. Thanks, dude. Yeah, of course. Welcome to the segment. Awesome. Well, yeah. Alrighty. Well, we'll get back to some more questions. Congrats on that. We'll get back to some more questions here. But yeah, guys. So now, honestly, for myself, I'm hands off on trading for today. Took my 1 gold win of the day, called it wraps, right? Took my 13-point win, about $1,300 on one singular mini here, and we called it wraps on the day. So the winning number was 131. Marked in chat. Congrats, Ron. Why you sound so good? I myself trade volume profile, but ICT made sense with you explain. ICT made sense with you explain it, guys. I think that's a good take. If you did that gold explanation, now I want some feedback from chat here. How was that gold explanation to everybody? Did that make sense? Did that make sense for the most part? There, breaking that down. Are you drinking beer, dude? I'm not drinking beer. No, I've got no. It's Italian sparkling water from Trader Joe's, dude. I'm not drinking beer. Just some water, some bubbly water. Cheers. By drinking. Great to meet you too, Ann. Thanks for tuning in. Yes, guys, this was water. Let me make it clear. It was amazing. I'm happy to hear it, guys. Definitely did, Leo. Very clear and concise explanation. It's fine. You guys, shout out to Leo. The truth. I appreciate it. What's up, Quadri? What's up, Quadri? Also, what's up, Dan? What's up, Dan? Quadri Elias. Howdy, everybody. It's been a fun segment, guys. I'm really going to enjoy this. So expect definitely these sessions to include a mix between live trading, education, psychology breakdowns, you name it, guys. We're going to have the whole mix here. In the meantime, though, what do we see about NASDAQ right now? Just doing some light analysis while we wait for some questions to go in as well. We do have a change of state of delivery that formed with a C3 confirmed move lower here. So honestly, I'm pretty hands off on indices. I've locked out the charts already, so no more trades for me today. But yeah, it seemed like it was going to be a bit of a trend day, but we're making quite a decent recovery. 1030 recovery back down to the 930 open on NASDAQ. Sparkling water and explanation as well. You know it. Sparkling water is elite, guys. It is the elite trading drink for myself. The stimulation from the bubbles, it just gets the mind right. Love the gold trade. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, guys. So here as well, I'm looking at my silver chart. Not too much else moving here. It looks like, see what we have going on with silver futures here. Silver as well, not too much happening. Quite a bit of almost forming a classic head and shoulders here at these highs. But yeah, a little bit of a wide range accumulation here on silver. Probably expecting silver to move lower. If we break down the hourly as well, we'll be pulling in if we swept out any relevant draws, making it closer up to these highs again on silver. So that might be an area I want to watch. Silver pull to, like right now, once again, guys, if we find the relevant draws, look at silver right now. Even if we talk about the continuation series, we formed a major imbalance, this fair value here on the hourly time frame. And guess what we did? We formed an hourly confirmation higher. So if we just use my base model here with this internal change of state of delivery, this right here, take an entry on the closure above, you put your stop at the internal protected low. Obviously, nobody's doing a 1.755 point stop on silver, but regardless, look at that. Would it play out to 1.5R to this? And that's on the hourly time frame here. So silver looking like it's definitely going to make its debut here to 81,645. Looks like a very much so feasible draw on liquidity for silver. W for Leo, guys, like, yeah, if you guys haven't already though, feel free to subscribe and like on the stream, guys. If you like this type of content, if you like these type of streams, MyFunded is here with the vision of wanting to provide education for all of you. So do not hesitate to like, subscribe on the stream. Can't stress it enough, guys. Can't stress it enough. If you guys like these segments and you like these, like the stream, subscribe to MyFunded. Helps out a ton. We love this. It gives us the motivation. You liking the stream tells me, oh my God, they actually like my gold trade recap. You guys don't want me to walk away from the stream saying you didn't like my recap, right? Do you look at options when trading futures? I do sometimes. If I'm done, yeah, like I'll look at equities open at 9:30 and I'll trade typically initial balance breaks or opening range breakouts as well. He doesn't even forget the place. Yeah, guys, smash the like button. There we go. Smash it. Hit the subscribe button. I'll be here on Tuesdays. Same window on Tuesdays, guys. So don't hesitate to hop in here. It'll be a fun time. I do look at options when I'm trading futures. Not as often, though. As I mentioned, I do look primarily for option swing trading. So I don't trade, I don't intraday trade options that much anymore. Rare occasions I will, but most of the time I do swing trading options and I just intraday futures. So yeah, here right now though, looks like we're making a relatively active recovery. We formed another fair value here on NASDAQ during the candle 4. We formed a fair value that we're now accumulating into. We see that we haven't had a closure back above, so we've failed to inverse this fair value 3 times now. So now we can anticipate a potential move lower on NASDAQ if we don't get a confirmed closure above. So probably targeting back at the 942 low seems like a very feasible target here for NASDAQ. But for myself, I'm hands off from the charts again, just running you guys through a little bit of analysis. Here we see as well major imbalance that formed on ES2, also within the equilibrium of the previous 30-minute candle. So once again, another opportunity, we could see a retrace. So kind of this type of framework is what I could give you guys, but we could see a retrace into this fair value if we respect it and we see a closure back below the move that leads to that. We can see the internal change in state that could lead to a valid short signature continuation lower here. But for myself, once again, market is relatively drawn out and we're outside of the recommended trading windows for myself. And so that leads to a no trade opportunity for me. Wrong asset here. Let's go on silver. We are near to 200 likes. Smash, guys. Let's get to 200. Come on. We can do it, guys. We have a boatload of you in stream. I know for a fact we can get 200 likes on the stream. I think the simplest way for me to break down options for you guys is just it's futures trading, but contracts that expire and a lot more parameters to pay attention to ensure that you collect the right contracts. That's for options buying. Option selling is a whole different story. Show some support to MyFundedFutures. #1 prop firm, 4.9 stars on Trustpilot, guys. So yeah, guys, was quite happy though this morning about this GC trade because we stayed patient. And that's the thing that I also want to preach to all of you right now is staying patient when you're trading, right? Setups are going to form and sometimes you're not going to form within your intended trade window. Setups are also sometimes just not going to form when you want them to. And when they form, sometimes it's good to be patient because maybe the forming of a setup is not as high probability as you'd like to see. And so the reality is if you can really learn to stay patient in active markets, the markets will reward you. But if you're impatient and you see the 930 open candle open up with this extremely large bullish candle, and eventually you just decide to hop into that bullish candle expecting a bullish continuation, and then the next 3-minute candle just sinks lower and you get stopped out and you liquidate your account. The reality is, were you patient in market? Probably not. Unless you have a scalping model I don't know of and it has, a crazy high win rate, you go for it. But for 99.9% of you, I'd say that most of the time, if you're trading high volatility candles, it's because you have that FOMO in your brain telling you, I really should take this. I want to take this. I don't want to miss out. Though, would anything in the world make you take another trade today, even if the market sets up an A++? Gonna? Nope. I've locked out the charts. I'm fully off the charts for today. I'm fully off the charts. I'm locked out. So even if an A+ setup forms, I'll communicate it. I'll write about it. I'll make a tweet about it, something like that. But I won't be personally taking it. I'd probably say, I'm watching this potential trade setup. I love this and this and this, but I won't be taking it personally. I hit my daily profit goal for myself. My daily profit goal, and I've locked the Trade of a browser. We're out. It is a mental and emotional EQ that keeps in mind. Yep, exactly. Less is more, quality over quantity. Exactly. So yeah, guys. But you watch silver and gold together while trading any of them? Yeah, I watch silver and gold. Yeah, I mean, typically most of the time I have a split screen, but I wanted to just have one screen for you guys to be able to see me today. But yeah, typically I just do split screen and I look for SMT divergences while I'm looking to trade. So yeah, typically when it comes, or do you put some sort of system in place to ensure you stay off the chart? Yeah, I mean, it's most of the time it's just mental, emotional. But if I hit my daily profit goal, it's like an auto lockout and block. So I have like an actual system to make sure I stay off the chart. But for many of you, I think it really is, it kind of is a cherry on top. If you can really learn to be disciplined enough to stay off the charts when you tell yourself to stay off the charts, that will do you more harm. That'll do you more good than harm. I can't stress that enough. If you can really, like, yes, you can put systems in place. You can put on Trade-Evade, you can put a daily profit goal on the day and your risk parameter, and then it'll auto block you from taking any more trade once that number's hit. That's typically what I do. But even if I don't do that, and let's say I take one good trade and I'm just not a fan of the market, I've learned the mental discipline to not take any more trades. Trade-Evade. So that's what works best for me personally. Yeah, guys, soon enough here, we'll have Bull Barbie hopping on as the next host. We have about a couple minutes left here, but so I'll start saying some goodbyes in advance. Yeah, in about 5 minutes here, about 3 minutes, we'll have him hopping in. So should be good. I think we have Myth and Bull Barbie hopping on here. But yeah, so honestly, everybody, once again, fantastic stream. Really, really, really appreciate every single one of you tuning in, asking all these questions. Thank you for all the warm welcomes as well. Seriously, it's gonna be a fun one, guys. Tuesday sessions are gonna be fun. I also really enjoy trading Tuesdays too. Monday sets the move, then Tuesday you can trade some Tuesdays. So Monday sets the range, and I like to trade Tuesdays quite often. So very much so, great session. Thank you all for tuning in. That was really, really fun. And yeah, for those of you, once again, that want to go through the gold recap, luckily these live streams are public, so feel free to peep through and like the stream if you haven't already. But once again, thank you all so much for the warm welcomes. If you have any final 2 questions here, I know I have about a minute left here. Feel free to ask them in chat. But guys, was seriously the support incredible. And honestly, just a great first stream here. I'm very much so looking forward to being a part of these segments a lot more, and just getting and just giving me the opportunity to be a part of this community with all of you. So seriously, thank you all for the support. Hope you guys enjoyed the recap. A little bit touched on some psychological aspects as well with trading. Definitely will not be the last time we'll be covering topics like these. So if you do feel like you missed out on a portion of the segment, feel free to subscribe and like. We will be back for some more sessions. But yeah, everybody, thank you all so much again for tuning in. What's the model called? I call it Le Modèle. It's a French name, Le Modèle. Le Modèle, also just, you can say Leo's model, but we just call it Le Modèle. Anyways, guys, lovely, lovely, lovely meeting every single one of you once again. I would love to introduce Myth and Bull Barbie to hopping on the stream. I'll see you guys next Tuesday once again. Lovely, lovely time, everybody. And I will catch you all next Tuesday for another beautiful stream. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Myth and Bull Barbie for hopping on the stream. And thank you once again to Terry and Tom for such an amazing intro to today's stream. So anyways, lovely meeting all of you. I will see you all next Tuesday as well. And thank you for everybody for tuning in again. So.
Charts go insane, you know legends just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and methodical man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and NASDAQ, remember her. Stops freeze and profits obey. When these two trade, the game's all played. She once rode a bull straight through a bear market. He timed to pull back before the bell even barked it. It's Bull Barbie and methodical man, the unstoppable legends of the future's land.
Good morning. What's up? How was your morning?
Well, I got a long and I got a short, so pretty good.
Let's go.
But I did totally fumble the short. I took it on NASDAQ and ES. I fumbled the ES. I trailed my stop to break even too soon. But I got it on NASDAQ.
I'm still in the short on NASDAQ, but I don't love it. I'm going to be honest. What up, Trader Oracle in the chat?
I was looking to take another short, but it's been a while. I was hoping we would kind of bounce VWAP and get up to 65, 67, but we didn't. I don't
Yeah.
know. We'll see if I want to take that when we get back up here again. I'm kind of over that idea right now. We'll see.
Yeah,
I
we'll see
also
what
traded
happens.
some Rocket Lab this morning. I literally just took profit as we were coming on here.
Rocket Lab.
Rocket Lab options.
Oh, let's go. Good morning, Abhishek. Max has been on a grumble, rumble, barking journey this morning, so I don't know.
Does he have is there a squirrel out there he's got a vendetta with or something?
He must have his eyes on something because he is glued to the window. So if you hear him, nothing I can do. Guys, let's hit that like button and subscribe on the way in. If you are new here, please subscribe. It helps the channel. We do appreciate it. It's free. It costs you nothing. We should really make it a rule that you got to be a subscriber to win an account. You know what I mean?
I think it is a rule.
Is it a rule?
Checking on that.
Good.
Yep.
Good. Perfect.
Way
Excellent
ahead of you
rule.
on that one.
I
Wow,
never
that
know.
was a lot of hearts. I just clicked over and got a heart bomb. Thanks, the Punisher.
The Punisher. So yeah, I'm green also today on my funded accounts, and this eval that I'm trading too, I'm also green, but depending upon how this trade turns out, we could be slightly red. It'll be okay if we are.
Uh-oh. I
thought
am
we
in
got flashed?
silver also.
You're in
Let me
silver?
switch this chart over. I've
You're
been doing all kinds of stuff this morning.
YM just went
yeah.
to the moon today, huh? Wow. I just looked at that.
I
Silver.
ended up in SLV options. So I'm watching that
That's
one over here.
insane. Look at silver. It seems like every day silver's just making a new high.
That's what we do.
I mean, dang, it's just going. Gold's trying to push too. Everything's on the bullish side now, and I'm over here trying to short. What am I doing? Oh. So, Debadeep, I had no burger to share with him.
I was about to say, don't bring up food with Myth just yet.
Yeah, I have no burger to share. I can't do it. So,
I got some nuts. You can have some of my nuts.
I just, that's not my favorite food,
I'll share my salty nuts with you. These are the honey roasted.
Are those nuts or actually cashews? What are those?
They're nuts. They're honey roasted peanuts.
Oh, my favorite's cashews. I love cashews. Let's go. But yeah, I'm kind of targeting those equal lows down there near the 91 area. That's what I was looking at. I mean, I said on my stream, I was like, this is really too late to short, but I'm just going to do it anyway. I mean, I shorted in discount, which is, kind of a no-no.
Well, I see a big seller at the 700 level, so that's good news to you, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've got my stop sitting up there at 735. I mean, if it gets it, it gets it.
Did they just get him? They might have just got him.
So I did kind of, I don't know. It's one of those trades where it could still work out even if we push up. So I'm just going to leave it and just go with that. And if it doesn't work, it's quite all right. No big deal. Although ES is kind of breaking back above that previous resistance area.
Well, we've got some more resistance on ES that should be in the lower 60s. But the way I was looking at this is we got an easy long, well, relatively easy. Trading's hard. I'm not trying to say that this was that easy, but we got an easy long out of the open. And then we got a short off of resistance that was relatively easy too. And then at this time of day, we start getting into where it's a little bit trickier and you have to be more picky.
Yeah, that long at open, I was flustered by it because, I mark out the high and low of the 9 to 915. And if we open outside, so let's just kind of show you guys here. This is the high and low from 9 to 915.
This is your kind of pre-orb, right? What do we call this?
Yeah, it's like a pre-orb. So if you open outside of it, then you wait for a push back inside, and then you just set your limit for the break back out. I don't know what I was doing. I obviously was not looking, and you can see what happened. It pushed in and then pushed right back out, and I mean, just proceeded to just go straight up for 160 points. And me just
I was bullish pre-market. So I actually even started an entry pre-market. So that worked out nicely. I just kind of took a little what I needed to off of it, and then waited for it to go. Because my main target was actually this 53 level. So
I don't know
on
what I was
ES,
looking at. I have no idea. I was must have been in, I don't know. I was zoned out somehow. So
that was my first target, and then my second target was the 71 area, which ended up being that kind of zone was our resistance. And then we had a trend line break out of it. So it was kind of a good little short setup.
we do have a little trend line generated, a little trend line here to the downside, kind of a bear flag on the 5-minute as well. Let's see if that can break.
Yeah, I see that.
And maybe I should take profit on the first one at the 44. What I'm kind of targeting here is the relative equal lows at 90. And then I was kind of looking for us to close the gap, the week opening gap down there, or at least sweep the London low. You know, I'm not quite sure. I mean, I do think if we can break this
far
here,
down there.
it is. Yeah, it is a little bit of a way.
That would be pretty choppy on the macro charts, but we don't have any data that's significant until tomorrow. Did you see Trump speaking later though? Trump's
Dude, he was speaking. Was he not just speaking a few minutes ago? I swear I was listening to him live this morning. Was that not live?
He might have been speaking then too.
No, okay, I don't know. I was like, because someone in my chat said he was speaking, so I pulled it up, and I mean, I was listening to him speak live somewhere. I don't know. Maybe that wasn't live.
Maybe it's a more formal one. Let me see.
Because he was going off. He had me laughing.
This looks like it's more formal, speaking about policy at the White House.
Okay, yeah, I was just
when
wondering.
when he's getting on and off the helicopters and walking through the halls. Those are the best Trump one-liners.
He's like, yeah, we just found $39 billion. We just found it. We just tripped over it.
It was in the couch cushions.
Yeah, like goodness gracious, come on, man. So, yeah, you had me chuckling over here. It's always a good listen. So, always a good listen. And then goodness, the memes and stuff that have been created over the last couple of days. Oh man, I don't know if you've seen those.
Yeah, I posted a couple of them in our Discord because there's just too much.
Goodness, people, the internet is undefeated. I'm telling you what. Oh my goodness. So we can't really talk about them here, but you know, they're crazy. So, anyways, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I typically would fib this level. I would fib like the opening range here, and then like see how we react. You know, how kind of we react to the OTE level. And you see, we kind of bounced.
The 15-minute orb did work out. I still have those levels on the chart here. It worked out really nice on ES and NASDAQ because it worked out so nicely, and we really hit more. The 1-to-1 is kind of my main target. We hit twice that. And because of that, I ended up turning the bot off because I was thinking if we go back down and retest, it could get kind of funny. I just want to enjoy the win. It has ended up bouncing back off of that and almost making that target again.
Yeah, nice little play there off the orb for sure this morning. So I was looking at that.
It's kind of annoying to watch. But
I actually did long the retest of the orb at 680 and took it for 10 points.
There you go.
You know, I like the little retest of those levels too sometimes.
The retests are really nice. That's on. I have a massive project going on testing all of these different versions of the orb because I've had all these questions and they're good ideas. And that's one of them is that retest.
Yeah.
It just takes a lot of time to go through all this stuff manually, but
well, if you got the bot to do it, that's all, you know, let
the bots don't do it right. You know?
Okay.
They don't, because you can go run the back test on the bot too, and then if you go manually, because that was like, okay, I want to go, you know, really look very closely at these days where it lost to see if I could figure out some things I could filter out. The trade was flat out wrong. So,
Ron, there's Ron. Abhishek was asking. I think Ron won the account there right there before we got on.
Ooh, I want to hear how that one goes.
Congrats. Yeah, I like the bots too to run certain like preset strategies, kind of like what you're talking about with the orb and stuff. But again,
it frees my mind to look at this other stuff. Like it was really more of a MACD based strategy that got me long out of the gates at the open, and I didn't have to think about, oh, do we have to wait for the orb? I didn't have to wait for it. I was in. So that's why I like to separate it out a little bit.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like the only problem that I have with those is kind of like what you were talking about. It's like, man, is it really Is it really running it correctly? You know, you have to go in there and check each trade, make sure.
Doesn't.
So
That's why I literally go through, and that's why I made this indicator too. This indicator, that's why I have those yellow lines on there too, so I can highlight when it gets the breaks. But that's why I have this indicator, is I can go look really quick, because I'll take the extended hours out because you don't need all that for the orb, and I can zoom out and go look at 5 days at a time and go load that on a spreadsheet. But that's the best, most reliable way that I found to back test, even though it's the most annoying.
how big are those charts? I see they're kind of smallish on this channel, but how big are they on your actual computer? Can you see them? You got them like
this one's like a quarter of the screen, but I have some that are bigger. Like my order flow chart, because it has all these little levels on it, I have to have full height. I was complaining about not having enough screens earlier. It's only 327 inches.
Hey, you can never have too many screens. I'm blind, so I gotta, it's gotta be big. I gotta be able to see.
Gotta get you the glasses.
I do have glasses. I don't wear them unless it's dark outside. So
I have to wear my glasses to see the screens.
Yeah, I only wear mine if it's dark outside. So yeah, driving at night's horrible without the glasses. Can't do that. So what is your lean on what's happening here? Do you think that we're going to go back up, make new highs, tap into maybe that 800 level up there? Or do you think it's a more probability we move lower? I don't know what that was right there.
This is just, I'm getting mixed signals. And so that's why I just lean into it being kind of choppy right here. When I zoom out on the higher time frame charts, that's, at the beginning of the week, we were in this downtrend. And these expanding, I don't care what you want to call it, pennant or whatever, when we're expanding in these structures lower like that, they tend to break up. So that wasn't a surprise, and especially given where we were. But now we're kind of creating some new structure higher. And so that's kind of what I'm watching, is like you were talking about maybe sweeping these pre-market lows, and that would be a little bit dangerous to this new hourly structure. So that's kind of what I'm watching right now, is if this hourly structure holds, which would let us get down to open, but not necessarily those lows.
I do think I'm going to raise my targets up a bit here. I do think that targeting that far low is probably unreasonable. So I think I'll go stop to break even once we sweep that 38 level again. So at that point, I'll be up 25 points.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm overall, like, I was bullish coming into the day. I still am bullish, but I still think that we can sweep that interest lower and still go higher ultimately. So
we could, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm thinking.
But right now we're kind of glued to VWAP, so it's a tricky spot. That happens a lot this time of day. But that's what I was kind of pointing out earlier. We had two nice kind of easier trades, and if you're kind of thinking about who's participating in the market, if somebody nailed the long and then the short, they don't have to do anything else today. And so it makes sense that the market chops around a little bit after that. But then we can kind of get a new batch of traders looking at something else.
Exactly. Izzy Lizzy, send it over. We'll take some hot cocoa. A little whipped cream on top. We'll take it. That's like the only thing that the casino gives for free nowadays is cocoa. But if you don't tip the waitress, you won't see her again.
I haven't been to a casino in forever, but I am going to Atlantic City, which is kind of random.
Nice. Let's go. Yeah, I'll be headed to Vegas in March. So
it's not for gambling, but we might have to find some time.
You can go to Trump Towers. I think they closed it. I don't know what it is now. Did they close it? I think they did. Anybody in Atlantic City? No,
I've never been.
Marcy, come on now. Whipped cream, we said. So
I can't talk about that stuff, or I say it wrong, and then chat's got to be all, that's what she said.
So you've never been to Vegas or Atlantic City?
I've never been to Atlantic City.
Yeah, me either.
Vegas is easy. I mean, those are like $70 flights every day.
El Cheapo. Probably not. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's still probably a pretty good drive from where you're at, huh?
Oh, yeah. You don't drive there. It's probably close to 20 hours.
Dang.
The West is big.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, someone was saying that the other day, it's like, oh, I'm going to be in Dallas. Can you, pop by? And I was like, well, it's 3.5 hours. So it's like same distance to any other city.
There's no popping by. Yeah, at that point.
Yeah. Elon's
Snug a
talking
nap.
about building that hyperloop so you can be there in 45 minutes or something. That would be nice. See if he pulls that off.
One of those speed train things. You can take it. You can take the speed train. I don't know what they're called. The fast train. You could do that. Come on, push lower for me. I mean, we're below the VWAP on the ES. We're just right there at it on the NASDAQ. It needs to really put in a lower low here.
Yeah, you got to get out of this chop zone, and that's hanging around the bottom of that chop zone right now. You need the break of that.
Because otherwise, we're kind of generating some liquidity to kind of rip right back up, to be honest. I mean, it's really could. You know, if this gets above like 710, 715, I think we go back to the highs. So ES needs to hold below 64. Yeah, that's not the reaction that we want to see. Although we may not get any breakouts. We'll
at
see.
61 on ES.
Seller at 61.
You're stop safe from that one, right?
Yeah, it will hold the trend line there at 61 if it holds below there.
Yeah.
So let's see.
So someone else is watching that trend line.
More than one person? What? No way, guys. You can't be watching the trend line. Let's go.
That was like a big pivotal moment in my training. Obviously, not obviously, honestly, though, because like early on, you're always trying to look for that secret holy grail that no one else is using. And the light bulb moment for me was, no, we got to use what everybody else is using. Just use it better. Like, those are the spots everybody's watching.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's just, you know, I don't know. I changed the way I've been doing things today. I kind of grouped my accounts in groups of 5 because my copier was wigging out on me. It would not stop screwing up. And today I moved down to groups of 5 and I had no issues. So maybe I was overloading
Abhishek's seeing the chop too. He's with us.
Chop. Accumulation. Sideways for 40 minutes. Yeah, you look at those 5-minute candles, they're just not going anywhere. Just really not. I mean, the only good thing is we are kind of holding below the EMAs here, but we're above the VWAP.
Okay.
So poke it with a stick. What is the red EMA? That's the 21 EMA. We're on the 2-minute chart. The white is the 50, the blue is the 9, and yeah, the yellow line is the VWAP, the VWAP. The WEWAP, as Tom would say.
We all wop. You wop, we wop, we all wop.
He said VWAP a few times the other day. So
He's been working on that one.
When you weren't here last week, he was like, you know, trying to really accentuate the V.
He's enunciating.
Yeah, enunciate the V in the VWAP.
You gotta work on your V.
Who do we recommend for the copier? I mean, I use Replicanto, but I mean, all copiers are going to have issues at the end of the day, guys. It doesn't matter if you're using Replicanto, Quantower, TradeSyncer, you know, the Ninja copier. All of them they're going to have issues. If you overload them, they're going to
pay
act
attention.
funny. Yeah, so it's just one of those things. But I use Replicanto. I had no issues with it up until about 2 weeks ago, and then the issues came. So. It's just
there are always kind of randomly some issues, but I mean, that's kind of Ninja Trader software too. And you can get them resolved, but there's always some weird trick. I have 2 Ninja Trader systems, and I have Replicanto on one, and I have the affordable indicators one on the other.
Yeah. I do. Which one do you like better? Because I do have the affordable indicators copier as well. I have never used
all the affordable indicators features yet. So that's kind of frustrating because I know it does more than I'm using, but I like how it has extra features. Because you can set it with profit goals and things. So if the trade has more than your profit goal, you can still exit at your profit goal. Just make sure that account's done for the day. But I'm not using any of that stuff.
Nice.
That might be on an upgrade, though, to be honest.
I mean, you're always going to have some slippage on a copier. It doesn't really matter which one you use.
It is kind of funny. I don't copy all my accounts anymore, but I have. And it would be kind of interesting to see which ones had the same and which ones were different.
Yeah. Wait, this one made $80 and that one made 60. What the who?
It happens.
But that never happens on the stop loss, guys. You may have that $200 stop, and then it might be 240. So you don't see that positive slippage too much on the stops. I mean, this is a weird. I don't know. I don't know if I
It
love
is
this
weird.
trade
At
anymore.
the top of it, it looks like we're going to go long. And at the bottom of it, it looks like we're going to go short because it's really just a choppy zone.
Yeah, I guess technically we're in a kind of a wedge here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bit of a wedge. I don't usually look at those, but if we look at this
And
trend line
I'm
here,
looking at the order. I've been watching the order too, also, and it's just kind of boring. We hit that seller up there at 61. He's gone now, but it's not like moving.
yeah. ES kind of generated that trend line liquidity back to the upside there. ES is also looking like it's kind of in a wedge as well. It's a little bit stronger, I think.
So in general, y'all, you'll get the best fills on things that have the most volume. So
Yeah.
ES has the most volume between the stuff that's kind of being thrown around in chat right now. But if y'all like NASDAQ, the micro NASDAQ has more volume than the mini NASDAQ. It's the other way around on ES. The minis have more. So check that out. There's another vote for trading micros on NASDAQ. They have more volume, more liquid, less slippage.
So I'm going to watch this swing high here at 708.50. I'm going to see if we can just wick that and move back down from there. I'm even considering adding one there just to bring my average up and leave the stop where it is. Maybe we can make a protected high right there and then move back down to the low. We'll see.
I'm hoping we get a silver breakout here.
Look at you over there on
Still
silver.
watching that one.
Gonna make me look at it. I mean, silver's holding that 9 EMA really nice the whole way up on the 5-minute chart.
It is. I want to break up. I'm still in the. I didn't get it on options. I wasn't, or on futures. I wasn't set up for that. I tried to trade it, but I was on the wrong account. Didn't have the data set up right, so I just real quick switched over to my options account and took it on SLV.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, I have never traded silver. I've never taken a trade on it. I've watched it a little bit, but that's it.
I've done SLV a lot. I've not messed with it on futures so much. I would have this morning if I'd set it up right, but I have multiple data coming into my Ninja Trader, and I don't have the right one set up for being the main silver one. I got to go fix that later.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, Izzy Lizzy, we do have Trump on the schedule at 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 Central, something talking about policy. So more formal than the fun meetings.
Good old Trump.
I mean, even they're posting good memes. That was crazy. Our president posting memes.
I'm probably just going to try to get out of this trade, guys. I'm going to try to work my way out of it. I'm not in love with it at this point. We'll see kind of what happens at 708. It may just stop me out from there. It might just blast through there, and that's okay if it does. But I may.
My cookie, I think that's. I mean, generally, NASDAQ minis compared to NASDAQ micros. Just go look at it. Just go look at a candle on micros and then go look at that same candle on minis and see which one has a higher volume number.
Yeah.
You don't have to trust me. You can go. That's a really easy thing to look up yourself too.
You don't trust Barbie? Oh, come on.
You should always fact check everyone. Here's a little, you may be able to get your graceful exit here. I think this is just, we're in this chop zone. It's not ready to move out yet.
Yeah, I do feel like that the move is going to be up, though. It's kind
of. Oh, we got a big seller at 60s now. Like an actual big seller.
Do we take it off or do we hold for glory? I'm going to see how price reacts to that trend line again.
If it holds below the ES60, that looks good for me right now. There's a seller there.
I might draw my stop down when we hit the trend line down here at 61. May move my stop down.
MyFundedFutures says, trust her, bro.
Trust her. Getting ready here to see if we can test that trend line. We're closing below the VWAP there. Can we push down to the trend line? I'll probably just go stop to break even there. It'll probably stop me out. And then once it breaks the trend line, it will probably just go without me. As
Murphy's Law of Markets.
Yeah, it's just what happens. So really kind of watching that 61.
We're staying below the regular trading session VWAP on ES.
It may not even test that trend line again. Looks like it's just kind of holding up there.
It's kind of, what's your white trend line again? That's like exactly where the RTH VWAP is.
That's the 50 EMA.
That's the one that's kind of that same spot I'm watching for the top of this consolidation on ES.
Yeah, ES is holding up right there at the VWAP, or at least the one that I have is 58. Right there at the
That's
NASDAQ
the full session. I've got both
Yeah.
of them on there. That's what my white lines are. But I'm seeing a big seller at the 60 level, bigger than. I'm more impressed by this guy than was the one earlier.
We are coming into
Bigger.
the top of the hour there again, so maybe I'm going to give it a little more room.
Can you help us out? This is a group project right now. We need all the MyFunded TV fans to help us out. Grab the link of the stream and go put it somewhere that other people see it, like your Discord or your X or whatever. Text your girlfriend. Text your wife's boyfriend.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Somewhere in there. Get them in there. Text them. I feel like at the top of the hour here, there's a decent chance that we could run this trend line. We could break it and move.
I was actually about to say, this is looking more like it wants to break up to me right now. Higher, not break it. We don't have to break up, guys.
We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I do think there's more liquidity down below, but I don't know, man. It's a 50-50 spot to me. Like it could go down, it could go up.
It's right on that 60 level. The 60 level is my line in the sand. We keep holding that. I see potential for moving higher here.
I should have probably killed it there, but I don't know. It feels wrong. You hold it in the drawdown. You've picked the trade you've entered. You may as well, stick with it. Win, lose, or draw, stick with it. Joan, you're going to send it to your ex? All right, perfect, Joni. Thank you. Just don't let your current significant other know that you're talking to your ex. Could get sticky. Only text them when you need money for a prop account, Internet Explorer. Now's a good time. You need that money. That's a pretty bullish looking candle on the 5-minute. Let's be honest. It's a pretty bullish looking candle.
I like it.
I don't like it. I'm short. I don't like it. Get it out of here.
I think they're going to try to run up through that previous day high up to 64.
Yeah, it feels like it, right? I think 64 is, like I said, I think that's my line in the sand. ES gets above that. I think we're going to the moon. To the moon. But right now we're at the top of the idiot box that we formed. We got 10 seconds to the top of the hour, so let's see what happens. I probably get stopped, but we'll see. Going to just leave the stop where it is, and we'll go from there. That's all we can do. If it stops us out, we just, we move on to the next.
You can share it on X and with your ex, y'all.
X is a great place for sharing things. I don't jump on there too often, though.
I forget about it, to be honest.
I'm not a big social media person, unfortunately.
I'm not either. I don't really have the Bull Barbie is my only online presence.
I think my last post on social media on a personal level is probably when my son got into Georgia Tech. But other than that, I really didn't post. I probably hadn't posted in a year. Is that a
problem a little bit, or?
So, no, it's no problem. I mean, I'm proud of them. That's a hard school to get into.
Yeah. Everything's gotten so competitive. All the good schools. I was looking at the acceptance rates for the Texas schools too, and it's like, what?
Yeah, he can go to wherever he likes. So it's up to him. It's up to him. I'm not going to root for Georgia Tech, but he can go there. So
You need to get one of those split shirts.
now we got another one that likes Ohio. We got another one that likes Tennessee. I mean, I don't know why. I think it's just to kind of give me a little bit of a ribbing. It's the only reason they do it.
Just to get away.
So you think expansion's coming soon, Outer? As long as it's down, I'm okay with it. So, I mean, if we break this trend line, I think it's going to be a death candle down to the 90, but we got to break this trend line to do it.
Got to break something.
Break your monitor.
Don't break monitors. We need more monitors. That's the problem I'm having over here. I couldn't watch everything I wanted to watch.
Anyone trade the London session? I don't. Chicken Trader. I might eventually one day trade it again.
That's beauty sleep time.
Yeah, I used to get up every day, every night and trade it, but not lately.
I believe Tom Sabo trades that one.
Yeah, Tom Sabo does. You are right. He does. Because that's not beauty sleep time for him.
Yeah, I was about to say. He's
Like
already
8
gotten his
o'clock.
beauty sleep by then.
It's like 8 o'clock in the morning. He's already shaved his back. He's got his contacts in. Did you guys know, that Tom Sabo doesn't really wear glasses? He only wears those glasses just to make him look smarter. That's what he told me. I'll drop all the secrets of Tom Sabo here if you guys
Oh, we got Sean Sawyer in the chat.
Sean Sawyer.
Yeah, I was about to say good morning. It's still morning for me. It might be good afternoon for you. Good day.
Good day, good day. Top of the morning to you.
This is a tricky spot, though. I don't know.
We're really in an idiot box, and I'm short bottom of the box, which I don't love.
Yeah, that's what when we get into these little consolidation spots, if I really think it's going to break higher, I try to buy at the bottom of it. And if I really think it's going to break lower, I try to buy the top of it or sell the top of it. Not always that easy. That's the scary place to buy and sell. It's
Mike, you
Where you
can
get
stop
good
wearing your
stop
glasses. You just may not see that well.
Tom Sabo's a fan of Bull Barbie. I'm a fan of Tom Sabo. What a coinky dink.
Yeah, lunch is kind of difficult. I mean, I've been in this trade. I don't even know. When did I enter? Probably over an hour now, approaching an hour. It's crazy.
Well, if we don't break through the lows, then we're putting in a new swing low that's higher.
I'm not going to panic
It's
out of the
separate.
trade, though. I mean, if it loses, it loses, right? Not a
Well, that's
big
why
deal.
you got your money management and your stop losses and things. So you don't have to get in that spot of how will I ever financially recover from this?
Yeah, exactly. That's a classic quote. It's a classic quote. So, from a classic man. Oh, goodness. That had to be one of the craziest series I think I've ever watched.
Yeah.
You know,
I
So-
remember watching that like very beginning of like COVID stuff and nobody knew it was going on yet. And we didn't have any schedule. And I stayed up late watching that.
yeah, you just binge. It's like you just couldn't look. It was such a train wreck. You couldn't look away. You're like, let me keep watching this. Tom's definitely Batman. Uh-oh.
Definitely.
Who I was watching a Family Guy episode and he was like, Batman, let me do what Batman does. And he just takes his glasses off so nobody recognizes him.
That's
Or no, Superman. Yeah, Superman. Is let me do what
Wrong
Superman
super.
does. Yeah. It's hilarious.
Here we go. Here we go. Are we going to hit that 64 and please myth? Or are we going to break up higher and please the bulls?
It doesn't matter. I mean, either it goes or it doesn't. I'm going to see what happens. Again, I may add up here at the sweep of 708 if we get like a bearish reaction. We might add.
All right, we're working on it. We got half of that order filled. Oh, there it goes. We filled that guy up there.
Yes, getting the 64 level too.
I just need silver to do this too. Come on, silver.
I'm not in love with my trade anymore. I don't love it.
Well, you don't have to marry her.
Well, I got to stop where it needs to be. And like I said, I'm okay with adding up here if we get a bearish reaction. If we can put in a little bit of a, I'm going to wait to see if we put in a swing here. If not, then I'm probably going to get stopped.
This is the spot earlier where I was hoping that we were going to get another little push up to reject down, but I think we just did it really fast around the 65, 67 area. This was a pretty important level to the morning session. That this was a level that the level 2 kept hitting.
Right.
Yeah, there they came in at 65. So we'll have to check this spot, see if we get a breakout above this. That's pretty bullish. This could definitely be a swing right here. I lost my VIX chart there for a second. VIX is trying to break lower, which would be good for ES moving higher.
Let's see here. Not creating a swing yet, so I don't know. I don't love the look of this. I think it's just going to squeeze here.
Let's go. Let's go.
Is it going to squeeze?
I didn't want to fade you, but
no, that's fine. You can be long. It's no big deal.
I got long at 61 back there when we stayed above it. So let's go now. I'm already trailed over break even because this is not the best. But
we can both win. That's how
I want to get. Yeah, I gotta just kind of trail this. I want to see how close we can get back up to that 70 area. It's also our value area high. The value area high on ES is actually at 68 3/4 for that kind of area. That's a better target, but it's right above that 67 level. Let's try it.
Let me see.
I am trailing break even though, so I'm pretty chill about this right now.
We're kind of at that area where it needs to hold below. If it doesn't kind of hold below this area, I mean, I feel like I'm probably going to get stopped anyway.
You were watching the 720 earlier also. I remember that. We are running into some congestion. I might get trailed out here, but I don't care.
Need ES to kind of lose the 64 there. If it doesn't lose the 64, then that will be of. If it holds 64, I think it's going to 70. So let's just kind of watch. I'm being patient before I add. I'm not just going to add randomly.
Got my Bull Barbie jams going today. It's all my hype songs. All the AI jams in the background.
I don't hear any Bull Barbie jams. What are we talking about?
I always have to have jams.
You got to play them on the stream so we can hear.
I don't know how to do that. Maybe I'll be able to do that when we upgrade.
No copyright music. I don't know. Tom plays his stuff on the stream.
It's not copyrighted when it's AI because I paid for the license.
Yeah, you own it. It's yours.
I have commercial license to the jams I play on my stream.
Me too. I don't have any jams, but one. That's it. I try to create some, but I'm not very good. I'm not creative enough.
I'm pretty good at the. I've got a good recipe. I do good with the. I like them anyway. I'm starting to post them because I had to request for that.
So if this candle creates a swing here in the next 2 minutes, then I will add and I will move my stop down to that swing high.
So we're at the previous day high for NASDAQ, right? 708.
I don't know. I don't have that marked. I think I took it off once we cleared it. Maybe it is something I probably should leave on there, but I don't.
But we are also at that ES spot, 66, 65, 67, really. Earlier, I saw a big seller come up on level 2 with a big old order there, and then they pulled it, but then there were a bunch of smaller orders around there, so I think it was the same guy.
Yeah.
Not a bunch of guys come swinging around out here with like 800 contracts, so...
It could have been his brother. Who knows? It was his family friend. All right. It may not create a swing here. It's trying to bounce. The thought process is if it creates a swing here, then this is technically a protected high. And the leg that created the high, which would be here at 674, needs to be, you know, it would need to kind of sweep that before it continues higher. It's just kind of a little bit of a theoretical thing. Works better on a higher time frame, but we'll take it here if we can get it.
Come on. Oh, there's another bigger guy up here at 68 now, but he's not that big. I'm not that impressed.
He's not floating around 800s.
I am trailing now. I trailed into profit. So I'm trailed to 64. I would like to get a little bit better than that, but we're getting pretty close. I don't know. I probably won't get to move it. I want out it before 70.
All right, I'm going to add there, and then we're going to move the stop to the swing. Stop to the swing. Looks like we might get stopped out. It's okay if we do. It's not the end of the world. Just need to push down to the 90 now. Let's see if we can do it. It's funny, Barbie's over here wanting to go up, and I'm wanting it to go down.
Who's going to win?
I mean, I think it's going up. I mean, I really do. But trying to be reasonable with the short. I don't want to, you know, be too unreasonable. All right, about to get stopped, looks like. And stopped out. That's all right.
This guy at 68. I'm gonna trail this below this 5-minute candle. I'm at 64 3/4. I didn't move it up much, but just in case we get too dramatic off of the 68 stellar. He's not that impressive though. He's got like a 3 Series BMW, you know. He's trying.
Just the 3 Series. That's it. I'm curious to see if this will get up to 35. I kind of feel like it will. I think it's probably going to go. I mean, there's no reason for it to stop there if it does push up into that area.
I'm still going to take the easy win here at value area high on ES, which right now is at 68 3/4. This candle closes in a minute, so it might pop up and move my order up. I attached it there.
Trying to see if we would inverse this 2-minute gap here.
You just want your gap filled.
Well, if it inverses, I think it's going to go. We got a pivot point right there, 721. 5-minute already kind of looks like it's just going to go. Let's see here. Again, I think the ES is trying to push his way up into the 70. I guess it don't care about those relative equal lows down there. It don't care. They're actually equal. It's like triple equal lows down there at 90. Ugh. The market hasn't necessarily been paying that close attention to those lately. What's your target?
68 3/4. The value area high actually just moved lower, but I don't care. I'm not moving just yet.
Yeah. I think it should. I mean, I think it goes.
It could go past that. We could go make a new high yet.
Yeah.
Actually, it's looking more and more probable the closer we get to 70. Ooh. That makes me want to move this target up and trail it more, actually.
It is still dreadfully slow.
Yeah, it is. I'm not going to move it. I'm gonna take my easy win here.
What are we talking about in the chat? Did I miss something?
I'm going to go enjoy my lunch after this, too.
Oh, what do we have?
I think they're talking about when we're doing another, however they're giving accounts away. I'm going to call it the wrong thing, but it's coming soon.
now. ES is trying to take off there. Watching it kind of hard here. Watching it close.
Got to watch it hard.
Okay.
Come on. I need another point. Whoosh.
That's-
1 point.
I don't know. Should go. Should go.
3/4 of
NASDAQ
a point.
If
Half
NASDAQ doesn't
There we
get to
go.
that 735, I'm going to be like, what's the deal
Target
here?
filled. Ooh, I like
Nice,
that sound.
nice. To say order filled,
The order filled.
you got to turn it on so we hear it on the chart. You got to be able to hear that order filled,
I just share my mic. I don't share screen
so
audio.
everybody can get excited.
You'd know every time I get a text message and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, Discord message, all that. Doo-doo-doo-doo, whatever the noise is. Yeah, let's see if it reacts at that area. So far, it's kind of hanging out there. That will be a little bit. If this thing doesn't get to 35, it's going to annoy me a little bit. Because that's where my original stop was, right?
If you look at kind of just the structure of the candles, ES made exactly that move that you're looking for. NASDAQ didn't.
So,
But tech's looking a little sad right now. Amazon is up, but that's about it.
what is today? It's
It's
Tuesday.
higher again.
Today's Tuesday. We have what? Those jobless numbers come out tomorrow. Jolts,
Yeah,
I think.
we've got jobs data Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So tomorrow's jolts, yeah.
Okay.
And then Thursday's unemployment, and Friday is unemployment claims on Thursday. Then Friday's unemployment rate and consumer sentiment.
Nice.
So this should be our slower day. That's the other reason I was like, wait, are we going to get a breakout right now on a Tuesday when we don't know any numbers until tomorrow? So that's why I went ahead and was like, no, easy win. Make it easy.
Yeah, the market
Trading's
likes
hard.
to
You got to make it easy when you can.
Alert, what are you asking? You got to remember we're looking at the charts as well, so we're not always looking at the chat. I don't see your question. I try to scroll back again. Just ask it one more time, and then we'll pay
I'm looking
attention.
too. I don't see it, but
Wait, is Alert the one that was asking the questions like a month ago and then disappeared? Is that the same person?
I don't know.
I think it is. You talking about your question from a month ago?
There
You
you
can
go.
see
See,
other
it's not a
chats.
question. I forgot
See, I
about that.
knew
You can
it.
click on them. You can click on them and see. I forgot
But
about
do
that. Oh,
you remember that though, right?
yeah, I do.
I'm pretty sure
Guys,
that's
can
the
you see
same
my
person.
questions? Tomorrow is a new day, though. Nice. Probably. I can see all your chats. None of these are questions. No questions at all today, actually. Except for you did ask, guys, can you see my questions? That was the only question today.
Yes, we see your
Confirmed.
questions. We will ask. We will answer.
Confirmed.
We got you.
I forgot we could stalk people like that. That's a good feature.
Indeed. All right, starting to squeeze now back up to the 68.75. Oh, the form is a blacklisted
Whoa.
word. Got you. Squeeze it. I may or may not have switched long in a mini.
Ooh, danger.
Danger. All right, got my loss.
You're going
back.
up for 35 yet?
No, I just took 5. I just took the 5.
Oh, you already
points.
took it. Okay.
Yeah, to get the
Taking a
loss
little
back.
scalpy poo. Revenge and NASDAQ. I feel ya.
Yeah, had to revenge trade it right quick.
I see that 71 order. They're trying to stack some orders up there. And the 71 area. I kind of have a zone from 70 to 75, but the 71, 75 is the actual level I pulled, and that's a macro level on the hourly charts. It was our breakdown point after we made a new all-time high. So important key level.
I wasn't really paying attention there. I had 69.51 marked out as like a bounce area on ES. I didn't even notice that we hit that. I noticed it like after I was in the short for like 40 minutes, and I was like, holy cow, we hit that level to the T. But it is what it is. What can you do? Live to fight another day.
Play the game, and sometimes you play the wrong move. It happens.
I do think that we're probably going to go back to the highs now. It just seems to make sense.
Yeah, the highs are looking pretty good. This is what I was like tempted to trail for. If I'd had enough position to take profit and trail, that's what I would have done here. Because the next kind of target is going to be the highs.
Yeah, silver is just, I mean, it's holding that 9 so nice.
Like, I'm still in the silver trade too. I haven't been paying as much attention to it, but
Maxie, seriously, bud, what are we doing? Somebody's outside, I think like a tree cutting service or something. Maybe they're doing something.
Not the tree cutters.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Not allowed. They did not book with Max. It is not authorized.
Get them out of here. All right, there's my stop. Would have been 735, so I would have got stopped out. So it's probably reasonable to just eat the loss there. We did just close above on the 2-minute. That still kind of ripping. I'm not in it, but yeah, you could be.
They're going to try to trap some sellers above 70.
ES looks a little bit stronger here.
I like it. It's quite strong looking.
Are you still holding, or did you say, you took it off at the 68?
No, I took it off. If I'd had, I just took a one lot because I was in minis. But if I'd taken multiples, I would have left one up here for the highs.
Yeah. DQ, hey, you got some of the move. That's all that matters.
Yep, that's all we need. I mean, trading leverage products, that's why we're here in leverage products, right? You don't have to get this whole move.
20 points. All right. See, we get a little pullback.
I think
Maybe
your 35 spot was dead on too. I saw level 2 heat up there on the minis. I mean, the micros, the micro NASDAQs.
Well,
I always say, if I think mini, I say micro. And if I think micro, I say mini.
It's all the same. It's all the same. The micro and the mini are the same. One is
They're
a tenth
calling
of
new
another.
all-time high on NASDAQ today. What do you think?
No, I doubt that.
I forgot what the all-time high is. I'm going to go check it.
It's like 26.4 something.
26,648.
6.4, yeah, 648. Okay.
So it's just 1,000 points or so. 900 points between friends. What's that?
We just need Trump to say tariff or something. I don't know. He has to say something like that in his 2 o'clock meeting presser. We're putting tariffs. We're collecting money from the tariffs, and then up goes the market or something, or down goes the market. Who knows? Who really knows?
Yeah, Myth is the market maker.
I wish. I just took a loss. How could I be the market maker?
The market makers want to make money without trading, so that's complicated.
Yeah, someone asked me earlier what a market maker does, and I'm like, try to take your money, I guess. I don't know.
I have a video about that.
I should have sent them your way.
Yeah, there's a video of something like what is a market maker or what a market maker does.
Yeah. I have no idea.
Come on, silver. Make your breakout. Silver's still taking a nap over here. That's what I'm still in, basically, is silver.
What are you holding silver? What is your target?
I mean, the more bored I get, the lower it gets. But I was hoping we could get close to 75. I mean, we could even go 80. That would be my extended target. I'm not in for that sort of business.
Do you think there's going to be a silver shortage? I saw a lot of people posting that people are like buying up silver.
I don't know if we'll get a shortage, but I don't know this well enough, like all the terminology and stuff. But what's interesting to read about, and I want to go read more about, is the relationship between the levels. I mean the metals, because they'll look at the ratios between the cost per ounce of gold and the cost per ounce of platinum and silver. And right now the ratio is way off with silver. And I was trying to read more about this for some swing trading because it's actually pretty interesting. I'm new to metals, so I'm still learning about all this stuff. But
I figure if it goes up high enough, you're going to see more people out there on the beach with those metal detectors, trying to find some jewelry, or
we have a metal detector that I always bring to the beach, and then we always forget to actually do it. That would be fun. I found a wedding ring in our lake out here one time, not with the metal detector, just because it was shiny. But
nice. Was it worth anything?
probably. My daughter wanted to see it the other day, and I couldn't find it, but it is in our house still somewhere because it's solid gold. It's kind of heavy, so
take it and cash that thing in,
or have some nice shiny jewelry.
Yeah, well,
I think I was wearing it like on the wrong finger or something, and because I take my rings off when I'm washing stuff and things, so they're like in all these little dishes. It's probably in one of those.
Yeah, it probably went down the drain. You lost it.
It's a big old clunker. It's not going down the drain.
You lost it. It's gone.
You know what I did lose and I'm bummed about? I found a pearl in a freaking shell at the beach, and it was so tiny, but I was like, this is real natural out of the ocean, one of the good ones. I couldn't find anything good to put it on, and I couldn't find it when I got home.
M says Barbie is married. What? My world is in shambles. No.
Yeah, the wedding ring I found at the lake. I'm married to the lake.
So
I'm seeing a bunch of orders come through at 73. They're going to try to hold it below 73. They're going to try to trap them there.
yeah, I mean, that is an area where you could maybe short, but an aggressive short, obviously.
I think I'm good. We're 3 for 3. It's about lunchtime. I think I'm booking my trades today. Well, except for silver, but I'll paying attention to that one. But
yeah, me too. We're gonna be grabbing some lunch, so I'm hungry.
Looks like Rocket Scooter family is invading. Don't forget to hit the like on the way in, and we have a group project today. Rocket Scooter people, you got to go get the link here in the Rocket Scooter Discord, but post it anywhere else, like on X. Text it to your ex. Post
Get it out
everywhere.
there.
Post it in the other Discords.
I think the next animal Barbie brings on is probably gonna be a snake.
Be
She's gonna
dead.
bring on the pet snake.
I do have some rattles I could show y'all. Killed a lot of rattlesnakes last year.
Snakes of past.
Yeah, I can show you snakes of past.
Well, that's going to do it for me and Barbie today. We'll be back tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. If you guys haven't already hit the like button for us, subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. And we'll see you next time.
We'll see ya. Thanks for joining us, y'all.
What's up, y'all? Welcome to the show. Good to see you guys. How goes it? Hello. Can y'all hear me? We're good. Sometimes I'm muted, sometimes I'm not. I feel like today, not muted, right? Here we go. All right, what's up? Good morning. Good afternoon. Good day. Welcome. Thank you, Bull Barbie and Methodical Man, for the lovely intro there. It's a great trading day today. We are getting back to that bull market that I've been wanting to see for a while. Finally getting some steam on some of these trades here. I've made all long trades today. That's it. I'm up maybe like 10G. Remember I went on that kind of like, I don't know, 2-week losing streak. Now I'm on like a 2-week winning streak. It's been good. The longs today are paying out pretty good. No shorts whatsoever. We opened kind of what I like to call like a flat market, right? Whenever the S&P opens within 10 points of its previous day's close, it's flat. Flat markets are usually hard to read. NASDAQ, it's also 40 points. And NASDAQ, when that opens flat, also hard to read as well. So out at the start of the day, basically, we were just chopping around right here. My resilience indicators, I need it to be like plus or minus 50, like a strong enough range for me to really believe that it's got some lead off. It's so sensitive to this little box, and when that box is really small, it can flip flop so much in barcode. You see this barcoding you see right here with the indicator. That's why in flat markets it's really hard to use. So I basically have to just take a guess. And this morning, I basically leaned on my greater market indicators. Right? We have 3 indicators here called greater market, Rocket Scooter. Greater market tells you a bigger picture of everything. First thing I look at is this ratio at the top. It's called the bull bear bias ratio, just DD for short. When it's greater than half, it means the stocks currently today are sitting in bull zone territory. On Rocket Scooter platform, you will see that bull zone is this like dark gray box. And if the stocks are bullish, then the index is likely to be bullish to track it. The other thing is that you want to see that the gamma exposure hedging pressure is greater than it's bullish, right? So if S&P is greater than its MHP, then you get more longing and shorting on that monthly hedging. So this orange line, monthly hedge pressure, when S&P is above monthly hedge pressure, also bullish. So those 2 things were bullish. Our monthly maps is the last thing we like to look at. We go to S&P, just click on S&P on the platform, go down to daily chart, and it'll read the market 3 months out for you and see how the risk is distributed on a 3-month window. And so here you can see that this dark gray boxes are sloping down. The bottom of them are sloping down, and the light gray also sloping down. So when you see this sort of pattern right here, dark gray slipping down, light gray slipping down, this is the bear side, this is the bull side. When they're both slipping down, it's very bullish for the market. So all 3 of these indicators are bullish, and therefore in the odds of a day being green, the market day, when all 3 of those indicators are bullish, there's a 70% chance that the day is green. The overall trading day is green. So because of that, my opening trade was a coin flip to the long side. I told everybody today, it's probably a coin flip. I don't have any strong A+ setups. I'm just going to long at the open and just bet that we go up. That's basically it. I did 2 contracts in this account, and I did 0 contracts in those 4. I did nothing, just a 1 trade. Market went up and went up and went up. Then I closed and I sat there. I closed like right here. And then I sat there, waited. And then the market did this. And then inside of here, then I built a second trade, 4 contracts NASDAQ here, and then a bunch of accounts trading like 2 contracts to 5 contracts each there. And then I just basically closed everything out like on this little bump right here. And I was going to try to hold for that. But again, I was just, flat day, and I wasn't really trying to put too much risk on the table. So I did make close. This is about 10K, I think. But yeah, that was a pretty simple trade. We were holding the middle, and then we were finding like higher lows on this. Normally when you consolidate, in a retrace play like this, and you consolidate near the middle with lower highs, it wants to pop. Like, I used to make a joke about this, and this I call this my sideways Batman pattern with the arm stretching out. It's Batman. But no, seriously though, this kind of consolidation is just showing that there's a rotation in the market, and rotations to the bull side. We also, part of the reason I did want to kind of like, when I say flip the coin, it was really kind of like slightly better than 50-50. Was that NVIDIA was sitting at a key support level, and I was betting that NVIDIA would hold its monthly hedge pressure. And actually it didn't, and we're still rallying, which is crazy. So other things started picking up some steam, like ABGO and stuff, some of the bigger ones. Apple's still down, Amazon way up. So we're getting a little mixed bag of things moving, but the market's responding to that. It's not everything's really crashing out today. I don't believe the market's going to sell off and crash. I think we're as bullish as we're going to get. I'm the person that says by the end of this year, S&P will be at 8,000, maybe even higher, 8,500. I think we're going straight there. I didn't think it was going to start so early, but I mean, all the data looks good. We're in for a boom, I think. And that's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but hopefully, that crazy December we had, once that's gone, hopefully we have a great rest of the year. A new high of the day coming? Yeah, I absolutely think a new high of the day is coming. Yeah. Kind of a little seller's remorse getting out where I did, but I'm okay with making something in this one. If my coin flip produced, I'm okay with it. It wasn't strong A+ setup. I don't think there's a mechanic for this market to go bearish. I mean, the volatility is not growing. Stocks, the big stocks are mostly flat and not selling off, and people are starting to load back up for the new quarter, for the new year. This week is going to be a very strong news week as well, and a lot of today is pre-positioning for pre-positioning. Let me open up market calendar here. For some big major news that we got coming out. So Wednesday, which is tomorrow, we have the ADP non-farm numbers, and we have the JOLTS coming out. So tomorrow's going to be a pretty huge mover. Remember those unemployment, PCE, and core PCE, and then of course you've got what am I missing? Oh, GDP. Those are the 4 data points that the Fed looks at, right, for their decisions. The 4 major data points. And so anything related to the labor market, is going to be very important to them, the unemployment rate. So all this data coming out this week is going to lean into answering some questions about the job market. And, ADP is a private company, and they do their non-farm employment change, just like the government does. We have these, the Bureau puts out the unemployment rate and then the non-farms on Friday. So we get the private reading, then we get the government reading. Wednesday's also going to be the JOLTS, available jobs. So JOLTS are companies that have a job. A JOLT is a job that's available at a company, that a company wants to hire somebody and get it filled within a 30-day window, and there's active recruiting and there's available person to fill it. So basically like a lubricated, process of getting a person into the job. So JOLT is an available job that can get filled within a very quick period of time. So JOLTs have everything to do with our jobs available for people to become unemployed, people that are unemployed to become employed. There's some job openings without there being layoffs, then it lets you know the companies are growing and creating new jobs, which is what you want to see in a good bull market. So JOLTs are going to be kind of like this hit or miss sort of reading. Lately, it's been not so bad. Over the longer haul, the JOLTs have looked good. Against itself, in the shorter term, it doesn't look that great. But if you actually look at historic amount of JOLTs we've had, even pre-COVID, we were sitting around 7 million jobs. And even after that sort of surge, when all these jobs are available and companies are like, hey, we need you to come back because COVID's over, right? That's where the spike was. All these new jobs, companies are like, we need to fill it back up so everybody come back to work. Now we've normalized back down to the 8 million. Now it looks like, if you compare this to this, it looks like there's fewer and fewer jobs, but this is just normalizing back from the COVID data. We're still growing since, the 2010s. And I mean, it's still more and more and more available jobs being created. So that, the economy's growing. We want to see this number start to move up higher. And then you compare it to the Thursday data that comes out, which is going to be the jobless claims. Continuing jobless claims are the total amount of people that have been filing for unemployment that haven't gotten their job back. The initial jobless claims are people that filed for unemployment that week. So weekly data point. And these people that get fired that week are getting fired for non-performance related reasons, like not if you're slacking on your job because you won't qualify. But the initial jobless claims are going to let you know if there are layoffs. And you can zoom in on this and you can see that we really haven't been seeing any spikes of layoffs. 250 has been pretty much the normal maximum to show any kind of warning signs of the economy. So nothing is bad here. This looks fine. Hopefully with Thursday's data point, we'll be all right. This continuing jobless claims are actually coming down. People are actually maybe sort of like getting some jobs now, which is great. We'd like to see that. And if the JOLTs are continuing to grow like we have seen for the last 2 prints, we kind of took a little pause here because of the government shutdown, but you can see when they got out of the shutdown, we have a little bit stronger data point. If it starts to move higher and you see companies are growing, jobs are growing, and you see that people are not getting laid off here, and you see that people are getting their jobs back here, that's a great sign. All this is to lean towards the one conclusion that you make, that this is a great sign that this market has nothing but good news ahead of itself. The Fed is anticipating such a huge growth in GDP this year. And if that jobs market comes out to be healthy, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday is all about the jobs market. We have to see everything here. ADP is going to be huge. That comes out pre-market, though, so make sure that you're paying attention to that. Then we get some of the sort of like supply chain numbers, like the non-manufacturing PMI and the new orders numbers, the ISM levels. And I think we get the S&P global levels at some point too, right? Where was that today? We got to get them somewhere. ISM. Oh, yeah, that was today. That was this morning. So you get those two different, some data as well. So Wednesday's going to be a pretty big deal. And within the first hour of market open as well. So 9 o'clock, we're going to be sitting on tons of data coming through. I think today's pre-positioning for some of that. I think that's kind of what we're seeing is nobody's betting on things getting worse, I guess. And you're getting a little bit of short covering to lead off into that, which is good. So Wednesday's a big deal. Thursday's a moderate deal, but it also completes the picture of the market. You need jolts plus the jobless claims to kind of get the full picture. And that Thursday data comes out every week, by the way, those jobless claims. And then big old Friday, baby. You know how it goes. The unemployment rates, the non-farm payrolls, the private non-farm payrolls, everything is coming out, even housing starts. Friday's going to give this is just like slap you in the face data. So that's going to be pretty crazy. And we'll see. This is the first of the year. Everybody's kind of positioning to go up. CPI immediately on Tuesday of next week. PPI the day after. Boy, it's piling up, right? So the market's really sort of getting ready for that. It's your guess is as good as mine, but I mean, we're running back towards all-time highs on the S&P, and I don't think there's any stopping this. We are a smidge below all-time highs, and I was kind of thinking it would take more, more than a week or two of this new market. But I think because all the data's are this new year to kind of get that momentum. But I think because this new year has all that heavy data piling up in the first week, people are just getting ready for it. What I think is going to happen to oil, do I think OPEC will undercut the U.S. taking over Venezuela? Or is oil going to be $100 a barrel? Okay, right. So that's a great question. Let's talk about that. Let's bring some history of the oil game. First of all, OPEC in 2025 doesn't have the power that OPEC in 2010 had and 2015 had. Right? Let's talk about that for a minute. Back in the day, right, when the U.S. sort of took advantage of the raising oil prices at the end of the Gulf War and the Afghanistan War, oil started going really, really, really. So basically, let's start at 2010. Oil crashed just like everything else when the globe's economy crashed, right? And then after 2010 and 2009, 2010, oil started to just rally, right? We had sort of like these, we had Iraq, Afghanistan, we pushed oil prices up. And while we were campaigning there, oil prices just stayed high. And of course, when we got back to $100 a barrel, that was just literally retracing that high to find that middle ground. So the campaigns are still kind of going on. And then, of course, you just sit high. And what happened was the U.S., with the break-even point really, really high, and China sort of started building their strategic reserves, right? Because China was rapidly industrializing during this time as well. Everybody wanted to secure China as a customer. So U.S. had dirty, nasty shale oil that was really gross and really hard to process. But countries with lax, environmental standards like China are a great fit to sell the oil. So we were starting to build all this infrastructure to drill out all this really, really, really high break-even point oil. But companies, they certainly can make a profit if it's worth $100 a barrel. And then OPEC at that time decided to say, no, we're going to crash the market so we can secure China as a customer. So they flooded the market with oil, which crashed everything. And now we're here. OPEC had the ability to do that early on, but this also created some other mechanics. Back here when Obama was president, they lifted the export ban because we could only export oil to Canada and Mexico at the time. And now we can export everywhere. So US can now enter the global scene. And other countries like Russia started growing as well. We call like the NOPECs and the BRICS or whatever. OPEC used to be a very strong force, and now they're barely a third of the global oil supply, I think. I haven't checked like numbers recently, but number 6 in my head was sometime last year when I checked. They were roughly like 30 million barrels of like, I think the 90 million that's produced every day. So being a third, I don't think they have the ability to do this again. They can flood the market, but they're only going to shoot themselves in the foot because at this time, they didn't have global competitors yet. US was just entering the scene, right? And they were trying to secure that market share. But right now, if their oil just becomes more expensive or whatever, or sorry, if they flood the market, which somebody said they can do, that's how you prevent other people from growing, right? Example, if your oil only breaks even at $100, then you make sure price is significantly lower so that you can't turn those rigs on and pull that oil out of the ground because you're not going to sell it for a loss. So they did that to keep US from competing with certain clients and customers they want to get. Now, if we take secure, which you asked about Venezuela, right? So now let's fast forward to now. What would happen if US obtains control over more oil supply? Do you think they will undercut the US taking over Venezuela? Let me explain the second answer to that. You can't, if you have a refinery, I'm a chemical engineer, so I have a lot of experience working in refineries. You take in oil and then you produce all kind of other stuff from it, okay? As much as it is, you have customer A supplying you with oil. You can't just say, if customer A is supplying you oil at $60 a barrel and customer B says, I'll give you $50 a barrel. It's not necessarily the same oil. As a matter of fact, the input into this, think of your car. If your car says premium gas and you put the regular gas in there, your engine might start knocking because the combustion is different. And so it'll be too much or not enough power to stay in sync with what your engine needs to do. A refinery is the same way. You have to have a specific specification of fuel going in, or of oil going in to create the fuel coming out. You can't just process any kind of oil. This $50 oil could be really high in salt, really high in vanadium, really high in nickel, and from a dirtier part of the world, that the refinery is designed for a certain specification of oil. You can't have something that's out of spec coming in the inlet because the outlet products will be out of spec and they can't sell the product. So there's a dynamic there is that you can't just quickly undercut somebody and then all the refineries are like, yeah, fuck the US, let's buy from these other guys, because the refinery may not be prepared to handle that oil. So the idea is if you're going to switch to a different kind of oil and it's not the same spec, which a lot of it may be the same spec depending on where you get, but Venezuelan oil is a lot different than a lot of the oil in Saudi Arabia for sure. But the refineries may not be able to process it, even if it is cheaper. They have to do what's called retrofitting. So retrofitting is you have to install pre-treatment units to clean it up so that it matches the input conditions of the refinery. So a lot of times that retrofitting to switch customers might be an expensive process. You have to build and design and buy something. And that can take anywhere from 6 months to a year worth of time to switch. And so some refineries are locked in no matter what the price to their client. Another thing is they may not want to switch because they have a relationship with their oil dealer that gets them the same oil, same quality oil, it's consistent. And the inconvenience or risk of switching may not be worth their time either. So yes, they'd have to undercut, but the thing is, to undercut, you're not talking $5 or $10. So remember, when oil was $120, they undercut by taking it down to $26. That's how much oil crashed whenever it did crash. So I used to be an oil trader, by the way. That's how I remember all this stuff. So you have to undercut a lot from where it was. At $60, I think there's three things. Number one, OPEC is a third of the supply. They don't have the ability to drive prices lower, much lower than this, or nobody makes money. And maybe they don't care, but I don't think they'll be able to move prices much lower from 60. From 120, yeah, because this was absurd amount. But from 60, it's going to be really hard for them to flood the market. Number two is I don't think they're going to be able to have people quickly able to retrofit to catch their crude at a cheaper price, even if they were able to cut it by 10% or something or more, because that's just seen as a temporary effect. I don't think people think United States is annexing Venezuela as the 51st state or whatever. So I don't think a refinery in a business sense is going to care. I think they're going to look at this and be like, whatever's going on, it'll be done in a year or two, and probably not. So my answer to you is, from my experience with oil, is that what's happening in Venezuela will have literally zero effect on oil prices, literally zero. And I said that when it happened. People are like, oil prices are going to spike, everybody buy oil now. And I go, nothing's going to happen. Literally nothing. Because it's just, oil's too cheap right now across the board. And nobody really is having an issue with the price at $58, $55. And Venezuela happened over the weekend, and oil did jack shit. So just like I thought. It's not the same world it was 20 years ago, where OPEC can push a button and like ruin countries by undercutting them. They don't have that power anymore. It's kind of because there's so many competitors that produce so much oil now. You know, Russia and the US are major players now in the global scene. So, and it's all, supply and demand. There's so much supply out there, and the demand is kind of fixed. There's not a lot of new demand being drawn up. I haven't read the recent OPEC reports to see the demand growth expectations, but demand growth has also been slowing. When I used to trade oil in 2015 and whatever time that was, demand growth was slowing, which means like the growth was sort of like stabilizing, which means like there's fewer and fewer. Demand growth is like the rate of change is the demand. So demand is always going up, but the demand growth is not this way. The demand growth is like this way. So like it's a constant demand. So you're kind of limiting. How about refining the oil? And remember, every company is designed to process a certain type of oil, and not every oil fits every type of refinery. You can install like pre-treatment units to clean up the oil to a degree that you can process it. If it comes in like super heavy in some element you're not designed to remove, then all of your downstream products will be tainted and you can't produce oil. A lot of times these refineries, like I said, refineries all kick their outputs. This is a neat thing to know too. Chevron, Exxon, Shell, they all produce the same type of gasoline, the same spec, and they all pipe it into the same pipeline. And so, the pipeline is oil produced by, everybody produces oil and pumps it into the same vein. And then the vein goes to a giant tank, and it just sits there in a tank. And the Shell truck drives up, fills up its tanker with the combined oil or the combined gasoline. And then the person driving the truck adds the Shell additives to it, and then it drives off to the Shell station. But the combined output is like going into the major pipeline has to be the same specification. So you can't just grab any kind of oil and produce it, or else you'll be off spec, and then your downstream can't collect it or can't. So it's hit or miss. It depends on every refinery. Some refineries are versatile that can handle a wide array of crude. They're already designed to be able to swap over quickly, but not everybody in the world will be able to just say, hey, different cheaper oil, sure, count us in. Because oil is not just oil is a complex chemical soup made of millions of chemicals, and it's oil. No oil is the same in any two parts of the world. So it's expensive I'm saying for some refineries, it's very expensive and timely to switch, and you'll only switch if it's going to be a long-term problem. Like if we were taking over Venezuela and annexing them as a state, then that's U.S. oil, right? If that was the thing that was happening, then countries might start considering, oh, you know what? We can get that cheaper oil over there. Maybe it's worth the investment to us. But something like us removing a leader and installing someone else in there, I don't think anybody's going to blink an eye at that. And I don't think oil prices are going to move. But great conversation, because my experience with oil was it takes like major military campaigning to really change the price of oil by a lot. You're attacking infrastructure and blocking ports and things like that. But I don't think this is going to change the global oil supply. That's my answer to that. So is it going to change prices? No. And is anybody else going to screw with the oil market? Is OPEC going to go out there and start trying to manipulate prices to some effect? Probably not. So You think it's crabs, which means the opportunity is probably with the companies that win the tender. Yeah, probably something like that, Likely so. I get like the opportunity is with certain companies that would benefit from that, not as like, let's go YOLO long oil because oil across the board is going to go up. There's so much oil supply right now, and there's no shortage with steady demand. With slowing demand growth, you're not going to see oil ever again in your lifetime more than $60. I can bet on that right now. And it's going to take global wars between oil producing countries to see oil even go up. This is the period of your life of low gas prices forever. Adjusted for inflation, oil typically stays between 30 and $40 on average per barrel. So, anything above that is considered high. Now, in this area, we're experiencing a little bit of inflation, but $100, you need another COVID, you need another Afghanistan, Iraq war, you need something like that. And that oil price is going to stay dirt cheap for a very long time. Also with competing energies, as those are growing, competition is going to keep oil prices low as well, because, you have alternative energies that are driving prices lower there. People are going to, buy more electric cars and stuff. The demand for oil is significantly shrinking. So you need any commodity, you need a supply and demand imbalance to cause that growth. So I think the Saudis wouldn't risk tipping the market over for everybody. If they flood the market with supply when the demand isn't there, they're going to shoot everyone in the foot and themselves and not have any economic gain out of it. The time they did that in 2014 was because China was stockpiling their strategic reserves and threatening to invade Taiwan. And there's a time on that chart you can see when China filled its reserve. You can actually see that I'll show it to you. I remember this because I was trading this back in the day. This is when it all happened. Way back after the crash. Let me find where it is. Way back in here. This is that time right over here. And right at the bottom at the $26, this is when OPEC was like, okay, we'll finally start, cutting production. They trimmed by like 1 million barrels. It was a bullshit change, but it was enough to change the narrative. And then it was, let me go back to where it was. Hold on. It was this right here. They were trying to capture this demand spike. China was just stocking up, and all of this was to capture that. And that was the whole chess move that the Saudis tried to play way back in time. You only have so many third world countries modernizing to where everyone's modern. So I don't think you're ever going to see another thing like that ever again, where you just get some massive abnormal demand for oil. There's not that many large countries with billions of people. All of a sudden, everyone's driving a car now and everybody's, living in modern cities and stuff. Even though China is mostly rural, it was the metropolitan, like the areas, they started becoming very Western like. Everybody wanted, everybody's commuting, everybody had cars. It was like just this rapid change in that country. And that was really what caused that. But yeah. I don't think anything is ever going to happen with oil again until some big wars break out. I spent a lot of time trading oil, so that's the extent of my knowledge. It's been a while since I've looked at it. But anyways, let's talk about this market. This market's chilling, sitting at highs. I've enjoyed a bunch of long trades today. Trading at the open. I did take a coin flip with 2 contracts because I believe the market was still going to stay bullish. All the data is bullish. I'm bullish. I mean, I bought, closed out, waited, bought again, closed out, and I'm done. I didn't make any trades overnight. I said that in my boot camp yesterday too. No trades overnight. I didn't do anything. So I woke up to a flat market, which was pretty cool. And then all the trades I made, I just made on stream today. So this was a pretty light day. I kind of am happy to see a bull market is back. December market made me want to cry. So we're back. That's it. US is taking Greenland. Who will fight us over Greenland? Probably nobody. Speaking of Greenland, you ever look? I've been fascinated lately because you know how maps are like, the real size of countries. Have y'all been looking at that? My Instagram algo is like throwing me all kind of geography stuff lately. The real size of countries, because of the Mercator projection, like takes basically anything that's stretched this way is seen bigger when you project it on a flat surface. The actual size of countries, it blows my mind how small Greenland actually is. Whenever we were, growing up, we see on the map is Greenland like this massive like land area. This is a cool little piece of trivia for you guys. If y'all didn't know, you always thought Russia was like bigger than the United States, right? And it's roughly the same size per land area. And that you never knew that Africa pretty much is like the biggest continent. It looks on a map like it's about the same size as the US, but it's really massive compared. And Greenland is so teeny tiny that you used to think that that the size of like the eastern coast of the United States was the size of Norway, when instead it's really the size of Florida. Completely blows my mind, the size of these countries. So in case you guys haven't brushed up on your geography lately, Greenland is like so small. It's not this size. And yeah, anything near the hemisphere or it's the equator is roughly the same size. Anyways, a little bit of trivia here. Tiny little country in the middle of nowhere. Are we going to have issues over Greenland? Maybe not. Is Trump speaking again today? I don't know. I don't think so, but he was speaking earlier today. I don't know. Smash that like button. Yeah, you guys. Don't forget, while we're here, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Today, I would say my particular move on the market today is that my target could be 7,000. I think that that's very possible if this picks up steam and keeps going. The upper risk interval band is always an exit target that I aim for. Nasdaq is very like close to its own. I think I've squeezed out enough juice in this limit today that I really am, and I don't really care to put much more risk on the table. I'm very happy just taking it easy. Was anything that you ever taught really real at all? Only math? I know. Right? This is true. Are you short at 977? Somebody said on S&P. I have been using this VIX chart lately as my clue that nobody is panicking in this market. People are just holding through this like nothing's going to happen. I have seen 2 solid months with the choppiest, barcodiest crap market. Despite the selling we had in November, just December and January, just volatility and decay. People are sort of like stabilizing, which again, I liked what I see. The market has like this S-shaped thing that has barely even started a short squeeze. I firmly believe that this is a launch point. And right or wrong, we'll see. And earnings are going to help this as well. But as long as earnings season comes out really good and we start picking up steam in the big tech again, this very well could be the start of a run like this. Normally you get that sort of S-shaped move before it stabilizes and then finally starts to pull back or whatever. But this could be it. I mean, the market is sort of squeezing higher and flattening out with lower highs. A little bit of a wedge look there. And no volatility. It means nobody is scared of the market, which means we need something to scare people. Other than that, the lack of VIX means the lack of like last minute hedging and shuffling and rising in fear. People are just holding through this as bullish as they've ever been. So I really think, and again, that's just me, that unless there's an event like this tariff stuff, the market has nowhere to go but to speed up. Not just go up, but to speed up. And that's what I'm really excited about this next year, or this year, is that the S&P is sort of pressing at highs. Whether it does turn bearish or not, nobody is planning for it on the sense of volatility. Now, anything can happen, of course. But as of right now, people are sort of comfortable where they are, which is crazy. Doesn't mean you can't get some ups and downs throughout the day, though. Overall, though, I think that crazy bit of selling that we had, the November, December stuff, was just an end of the year mechanic, government shutdown mechanic. And I don't think that we're going to have anything else to worry about. That's just me, though. I will be so excited if we get 6 to 8 to 10 to 12 months of just bull market, bull market, bull market, bull market. News is going to be good. Hopefully earnings. Earnings is the only thing that's a variable that we'll have to see. If GDP is expected to grow as much as it is, then every company should be showing like stellar quarter one earnings, like the big ones at least. At the Fed's anticipated GDP numbers are so high. I mean, where's that coming from? You're not going to see all the companies have horrible earnings. If that's the case, then somebody was way off on their estimates. But I'm excited to see where we are. And then, of course, the data this week, I see we can be past 26,000 NASDAQ by tomorrow. S&P, I think that we can be well above 7,000 even as early as tonight. So we shall see. I'm not, and I could be 100% wrong about tomorrow. I'm not trading for the rest of the day, you guys. I'm really going to sit out and wait and just let, overnight and tomorrow morning tell me what I need to do. So we'll see. We shall see. I'm definitely not longing from here. I'm buying every dip that comes out. That's kind of what my game right now is to catch every dip the best I can. Some people that are short. I think there's some people that are shorting from right here. So good luck to y'all. Quick question, you guys. Those of you here, what is your favorite MyFundedFutures account and why? I want to hear what you guys think what your guys' favorite account is and why you think it's your favorite. Just curious. You guys know I'm building a prop firm scoring and ranking website that uses math to rank prop firms against each other. In case you may not know, at the end of all of this, when I programmed in many of the big dogs out there, MyFundedFutures is tied for first place as far as the highest ranking prop firm. And it's mathematical, completely unbiased. I wrote the algo, then we just program everybody in. And basically what it looks for is all the value that comes in these accounts. Believe it or not, as much as we already knew MyFundedFutures is fantastic, pretty much tied for first as the best value. It looks at everything from difficulty to rules to cost to return on investment to time and market, everything. The overall score, MyFunded crushing it at the top. So I'm curious what you guys' favorite accounts are and why. I was super thrilled to see MyFundedFutures score really high because, that's my favorite prop firm because the value in my head was always good. Now I have the math to support that, but Rapid, you guys let Rapid fast payout. Pro because it's closest to your personal account. Yeah, that's like this, like different styles of traders, right? Pro was always my favorite because it was like it's just like trading a real account. Like you get a big buffer on it and you're trading for longer periods of time. Core is the most affordable and it's the best rules. Core, no activation. You guys like all that. Rapid because fast payouts. I like it. Yeah, you guys like them all for the reasons I like them all individually. There's a different flavor for different traders, right? Input Lucid next. Okay, yeah, that'll be the next thing I do. Check it out. Okay. Honestly, though, I'm going to tell you the going rules. There's essentially the score is built off of every factor factors into it. Can you DCA? Can you news trade? What's the DLL? What's the drawdown? What's the cost for drawdown? What's the return on investment? How much do you pay for the time and market to get a payout? What's the payout size? What are the payout rules? Everything factors into the score. Good things help the score. Bad things hurt the score. And at the end, like I said, tied for first. And the other firm, which I'm not going to name, it's probably one you guys would probably all know, but I'll tell you who it's not. It's not Top Step. But anyways, there's a first, there's a second, and there's a distance between 2 and 3. So there's not only like the highest rank, there's definitely like a lap ahead of third place, which is kind of cool. In different accounts, and the best ranked from our site is actually the pro account at the highest score. Doesn't mean it's better or worse than any of the other ones. It just means for the value. Now, your downside compared to the other ones is it's a slower path to payout, but the payout could be bigger. So there's always like this sort of thing when it comes to prop accounts that may not be valuable to you. So my website is pretty cool that allows you to tweak it based on what's valuable to you and then re-rank them for what's valuable to you. The default is when I talk about the highest rank score. But you may go in and say, I love accounts that are 5-day payouts, and then the pro would rank lower, but the rapid would rank higher for you. So my website's designed for you to find out what's good for you. And that's really the takeaway. But when I get that at the end of January, hopefully you guys will have some fun with it. It is a free service, by the way. So I built this for the community to have as a nice little shopping tool to compare and rank their favorites and find out. So I was just curious what you guys liked about them. Y'all liked everything the same reason I like all of them. Core, straightforward, inexpensive, easiest rules, rapid, quickest path to payout. Pro mimics a real account. And it's like to each their own. Whatever you like, they're all good for those reasons. That's it. I love it. Love it. Love it. Do I have a job available? So we are taking applications for that. We already have kind of like enough of them now, but if we need more, I'll put out another posting. Yeah. So it's gonna be a really fun experience. I think that there's a lot of drive for transparency. MyFundedFutures is great for like sharing rules with you guys. The website's clean and organized. There's some firms out there that you can't figure out what the rules are until you study like miles and miles and miles of FAQ. Like, what's the rule? Oh, go to a different page. Oh, what's this rule? Oh, go to a different page. It's very convoluted and very hard to follow. And so with that, it's really easy for the transparency to not be there. And so our job with this is to pull that transparency forward in an easy to understand fashion, and also watch the firm's changes as they change to see if they're making changes for the better or the worse. So what I've noticed since I started this project last year is that, we've always loved MyFunded, but there's a reason why. And then the site tells you like all the good things about it. I'm very happy to release that at the end of January is the target goal, but we'll be able to, end of January is the target goal, but maybe early February. And it's a free service. So, you don't have to pay for it. So that's kind of the best part too. And we have a lot of volunteers and a lot of employees that people want to work for it. So glad to help you all out with that. It'd be really fun. Can you update rules on the website? We have a lot of people that kind of already applied for it, but you totally can apply for it. It's a thing. But yeah, so anyways, I'm excited to see that you guys have, y'all love the plans for the same reason I do. That the expert or the pro is expert when I did it back in the day was always my favorite one. But because this was before scale, this is before rapid, this is before core. This is when it was like the starter and all that. The reason I just love the expert was because for me, I like trading a bigger, fatter account with a bigger buffer to take bigger plays and take bigger swings. My style of trading is more like that. I'd rather be patient for the longer term payout than want the payout along the way. But for some people, it's better to get the smaller payouts along the way because it secures your investment, especially somebody newer to trading. It's less complex. The time in market is usually a big hurdle to traders. The longer you're in the market, the higher chance you'll fail, especially if you're new as a trader. So quicker payouts are usually a higher probability chance of winning for some people. Did I get your resume? Yeah, I did. I think you sent it over, right? But as exciting as it is, there's a lot of prop firm aggregate websites, which is basically like collect some surface level site data and just republish it with no additional information. So essentially a trader is still reading through miles of text. And a lot of it's subjective, or like people are like, this is the best firm out there. but it's really the firm that pays them the most money or whatever to say that. This will be a purely mathematical approach with a numerical score. It's a 5-point scoring system with an overall score. And the scoring system ranks based on just the exact plan itself. So pretty fun and a little exciting project for me. I'm always building something new for fun. And this will come out pretty soon. But yeah, thank you guys for wanting to volunteer or wanting to work for it. We are offering a few paying jobs for this. But that's news for me. Today, I think I'm going to be streaming this afternoon, but I'm probably not going to be doing much trading. I think we're going to just like keep drifting higher, and I'll probably just take what I got today. So today was a pretty good trading day with very little effort. Somebody said there's still a time when you'll only find about a new rule from those other prop firms when you request a withdrawal. Yeah, so like, this is the kind of thing we're trying to snake out, these hidden rules. And there's a lot of these. So about MyFunded is so straightforward. This is like what makes them really good. I hate the fact that you go for a payout and you find out about a rule you didn't know about, and it's not clear as day to know. Like, we're going to collect every bit of information we can from what's out there and make sure there's nothing hidden anymore. Oh, 100%, dude. I've heard stories of people like building up a balance, and then the payout gets denied because of some rule and some fine print 7 layers deep on the FAQ. That kind of stuff that's hard, missing that straightforwardness. That's why I personally like no hassle firms. Here's the rules. Here's the payout. Follow the rules, get the payout. You're not submitting like a blood sample and like 3 strands of hair in an envelope and mailing it in before you get your payout. Yup. Anywho's. Well, we got about 12 minutes left on the show here. I think, lunchtime sometimes is really exciting. Sometimes it's really boring. This is an exciting move in the market to see some upside finally. This was sort of like what I wanted to see. I think a lot of people were still thinking bear market. I think there's a lot of still like distrustful feelings towards what we saw in November, December. The fact that we're not getting this big major moves in tech, I'm going to lean towards the volatility. And if you want my call, like I said, I think we're going to aggressively rally. And, led by the news, unless tomorrow's numbers are just really crappy and the market just pops and then dies off, that might change my opinion. But I think that I'm in a mode of buying every dip, even like big sell-off days. The very next day I'm jumping heavy. Kind of what I tried to do in December and got burned on. I'm gonna hit this hard in January. Yeah. Yep. So retroactive rules changes. Yeah. So let me tell you something really cool, right? Firms that do that. You guys ever go look at your credit report on like Experian or something? I showed this earlier on my stream. You get like a credit history like January, February, March, April, and then you just like mouse over the different points. Your credit score goes up or down. You mouse over here and it's like factors affecting your score. Score went up, made payments on time. Score went down, spent more on your credit card. Score went way up. Ooh, you paid off your credit card. These are the reasons why it went up, the reasons why it went down. There's going to be some firms out there that just do this, man. Like the score just gets lower and lower and lower and lower. And then the ship is sinking. So yeah, retroactive rule changes and all that stuff. You're going to be able to like scroll on the score changes and see, okay, this firm is kind of sinking, right? Sinking ship kind of thing. You just experienced yesterday. I got inspired by the credit report scoring system and layout. So my idea would be something like that. If a firm makes a new plan, the score goes up and goes up, you're in a healthy place, right? You're in a good spot. But I was excited to see my home turf of MyFunded come through ranked pretty high. So good stuff. You're paying off your card can lower your score as well. Yes, it can. Making payments on time are one of the biggest factors of your score. On-time on-time payments and credit utilization. Those are the 2 biggest things to get your score going. Have as much credit as you can and then not use it. That's the rule. You want your credit score to go way up, just accumulate a lot of credit. Open up as many credit cards as you can, and then spend $1 or $20 on each one of them and pay it off every month. And you'll have your score will be nice and solid and healthy. People will be begging you to take credit from them. Pretty simple. Simple formula to fix that. Don't be late on your payments, guys. Paying off a card can lower your score. Yeah, because you have more credit utilization. Even if you don't pay off your card, opening up another card or two has the same effect. If you have like 10,000 balance and you've maxed it out at 10,000, opening up another $10,000 credit card will almost have a similar effect to paying off the 10,000 you owe. As long as you have a balance and you're paying it off on time and people are giving you more credit that you're not using, then that's where your score goes up. Banks don't lend money when you need it. Yep, they only lend money when you exactly right. That's right. Banks only lend money when you're massively in debt and able to manage your debt pretty well. Yeah. It's a weird world we live in. Can I make a scoring system for Tender Girls? Some just match to get the free dinner. That's funny. What was that? Wasn't that Hot or Not? Do you guys remember early internet, hotornot.com? Back in the day. People would rank the dates or whatever they would have. The olden days. That was in like the MySpace, ICQ, Napster era of the internet. Man. Well, that's pretty much it. I think for me, I don't have much else, other than, let's see, this is a website. A few new indicators. We're building the ARB thing, the new indicator we've done. And then we have some automations coming out. Our dynamic hedge pressures and monthlies are coming out this week, which completes the picture of automating most everything that's important. Later on this, or like after this, the next step is to create our backtesting module in Rocket Scooter, the backtest strategies. Your risk manager by trade, so you can make it in addition to the RS team. Yeah. I mean, our new business is a part-time, it's a part-time gig. It's not like there's not enough for a 40-hour work week for some people, but if you guys want to apply and, it's administrative level type work. It's nothing too hard. Be part of the industry and have some fun with it. Tom was always the #1 on MySpace. Very nice. I think mine too. I really like MySpace a lot because you can deck out your page and then you could like have a song play when people land. That was the most important part of your MySpacing decision. Was people land on your page, what song was playing when you landed on it? Anyways, well, I think I'm done trading for today. I'll hang out with you guys. I got like 5 more minutes here, chit-chatting about anything y'all want. Ask me questions about anything going on. The HTML editor to add funny pics was so nice. It kind of was. All right. What do you guys want to know? 5 minutes. Rapid fire questions. Let's go. I've got nothing else today. I'm out of content. Market's bleeding up. Chill. Made a good trade, a good trading day. Now I'm gonna. How can you be successful with trading if your risk isn't consistent? You exit trades randomly. My R&R is sometimes 3.5 and rarely 1R. That's not correct. How can I be successful at trading? Well, let's start at the top, right? I am successful at trading. Your convention, your question, Rex, already shows a slight amount of ignorance. And let me explain to you what you're missing, because you're missing half of the puzzle. Risk and reward has, okay, let me quiz you really quick. Risk and reward is not the complete picture. You're missing a couple other things. Class, everyone here? To find the overall picture of trading success, just looking at risk and reward is a very novice way to approach it. What else is missing from the equation for success rate? Risk to reward? It's not it. There's something else missing. Anyone have the answer? How many pull-ups can I do? I don't know. I can do a lot though. Not position sizing. There's another piece of the puzzle. Not size. No. Risk to reward. Wins. There you go. Paul nailed it. All right. Win rate. All right. So how can you be successful at trading with just a risk to reward rate? Well, number one is you don't have that mentality. That's a failure's mentality, number one. So number two, let's be smart. You can have a 2-to-1 trade at a 50% win rate and you break even, right? You win a 1-to-1 at a 50%, you break even. You win one, you lose one. You win one, you lose one, right? Okay. That's that. You can have a 2-to-1 at a 33% win rate. Win two, right? Let's do that. You win one, lose two. Win one, lose two, you break even, right? These are even. The lower the risk to reward is offset by the higher win rate. If you didn't ask the question by asking me what my win rate was, already you're not thinking like a trader. My win rate statistically is between 70 and 80% win rate. I can make 1 to 4, with 80% win rate, I can lose 4 and make 1 at a 1 to 4. Not 4 to 1, 1 to 4, and still break even with 80%. So we all understand this, right? The question is from an account that seems to troll every other day, but let me just kind of answer that question for you guys. Y'all understand this, right? The higher the win rates, the more smaller reward to risk you can take. The less time you're in the trade, the less risk you're taking. If you had something that worked 100% of the time, you only need to do a little bit to take money out of the market. The offsetting of a low win rate is a high reward to risk ratio. If you don't have an edge in the market, you need to let winners ride harder than your losers. However, with my strategy, because I do have an edge in the market, a higher win rate allows me to take more base hits than the average trader. Okay. And my reward to risk is inconsistent because that's how it is. You don't decide what you take in the market. That's also a newbie approach. I know you're saying it seems like gambling my style, but my question to you is, how successful are you as a trader? Everyone knows I'm very successful as a trader and my style is very successful, right? So the question becomes, what am I doing that works for me and what are you doing that works for you? It's not gambling, because gambling is utilizing no odds and just randomly betting. The idea is the market decides how much you're going to make. You don't decide if you're like, I want a 3-to-1 trade. You don't decide that. The market decides that. The market's going to move to some pivot and turn around. It might be 3-to-1 one day. It might be 1-to-1 the next day. The stock market is random. You don't decide on a reward to risk ratio. You don't get to choose both parts of this. And that's also an amateur mistake many make. The only part of this you get to choose is this. There's no way you can say the market needs to move 4 times my risk. You can't ever decide how far that market moves. If you got a crystal ball like that, sell it to me, guru. I'll buy it. And I'll sit there and predict how far the market moves too. The only thing I can choose is how much I'm willing to lose. And I can measure pivot to pivot how much that market maybe can move when I gauge out my trade plan. No way can you decide your reward. You don't get to choose this. The market chooses that for you. But you do get to choose this. So if the market gives me less reward to the risk ratio, I don't set the reward to risk ratio. It is random. Glad you pointed that out. But any professional trader will tell you the same thing. Hi, I just want to make 3-to-1 trades, 3-to-1 trades, 3-to-1 trades. Yeah, the market moves in that symmetry. The market moves like this. Up 3, down 1, up 3, down 1. Sure, bud. Whatever you want to think, the market is 100% random. It's a probabilities game, as somebody said in chat. The idea is you can control how much you're willing to lose And the trades I do take work more often than they don't. I aim for 1-to-1 trade. There's no 0.3 and 0.5 and 1R. I do a lot of base hits in this environment, but because my base hits pay out 7 to 8 out of 10 times, that's how to do it. But every trader is different. And it feels like gambling my style to you. You don't have to listen and learn from me or learn my style. Like I said, I think I asked you earlier what your success is, and you didn't answer the question. Not knocking you because you do troll every other day, but here's the real answer, right? You obviously don't have success yourself. So maybe it's not because you're a bad trader, but maybe it's your thoughts of what you think goes into good trading are actually not right. You're gauging what is successful on some textbook wrong answers, right? So the answer just becomes your thoughts are off. There's many ways to skin a cat, and your half answer of like, well, your R&R is this, missing out on the bigger components of that whole equation just lets me believe that you got to go deeper in your journey as to what actually success actually comes from. And there's different ways to trade. And so somebody says knowing that NASDAQ moves 50 points up or down consistently every day allows you to set a 5R every day. NASDAQ can move 50 points up and down every day, and some days it won't. Some days it'll move 100 points. Some days it'll move 80 points. The up and down of that 40, it's actually closer to like 40 points, 50 points, is that normal oscillation of NASDAQ, which is exactly what I do as well. I allow myself to do 1-to-1 trades with a 40-point stop and 40 points of move. That's normally what I do, mixed sounds, yeah. But you can't choose, I want the market to move up 5 times my risk. And that sort of average expected oscillation, what you're doing is probably more correct because that oscillation is what NASDAQ normally does. And S&P, that range is like 10 points. So I'm always trying to scalp 40 or 50 points pretty much all the time. Yeah. Great thoughts. But in reality, guys, remember the higher the win rate you have, the more base hits you can take. The more base hits you can take, the shorter time you have in the market, less likelihood that a news event comes out and busts you. Longer R&R, higher return. You need that to offset a low win rate, and you're in the market longer. So Trump can come in and tweet something and screw you up. The higher the win rate, I aim for less time in market and shorter plays. Take a bite of everything. I took that trade, and that's it. Like, these are high probability moves, and I take it. But the goal is to be in and out quick. In my style of trading, yeah. Yeah, well, every day, you know why the market moves up and down 50 points? Do me a favor. Start doing 40 points, and you'll see why it lines up. 40 points is the distance between strike distances on QQQ. And what happens with that 40 points is that options tend to balance from strike to strike, even when they're oscillating. And so the distance between strikes actually equals to the average harmonic oscillation of the stock, or the price itself when it's flat. So it's going to oscillate in a strike to strike distance range, which is actually 40 points. You can go in here and draw a 40 point, box. You can see it happens all the time. Like 760, 700, 760. There's 40 points, 40 points, 40 points. You're always going to see the NASDAQ moving in that batch. You're kind of stumbling onto something when you say that. Okay, I'm out, guys. I got to go to my stream. I've stayed over 4 extra minutes. I love y'all.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.